Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Mo. Hey, Karen Jones. How you doing? How to do? How to do, honey? What y'all wanna do Wendy first? What's good? What's good with it? Y'all. I hope y'all checking y'all 401k and stuff. 'Cause I just checked everybody I'm responsible for. And it's up. And I had to listen. If you need to know the little secret, little temporary fix, hit me up. I tell you behind the scenes. You think I'm lying? I will show you where it says green, honey. It's in the green. Oh my gosh. It is some scary times, baby. It is some scary times. But I sure appreciate you. My favorite peoples. Oh my gosh, y'all. So let's get into Wendy real quick. Um, I think everybody's seen her the Breakfast Club call, but I have another call that I'm going to play. All right. Oh, so you know the little trick too, Mo? I learned that trick, baby, some decades ago. And I was like, oh boy, girl, baby, I was cussing HR out and everything. I didn't know what had happened. You hear me? I didn't know what had happened, baby. Man, that little trick, baby. But y'all, so we got in Wendy Williams, Lord. Um, Child, I think it's some tomfoolery going on. But Mo, you gonna have to assist me with this one. 'Cause I have a couple questions that I'm gonna need some help with. Because this is gonna be more in your neck of the woods than mine. Okay, so let's listen to this call that she made. I don't know if this was prior to the Breakfast Club. Well, she probably called the Breakfast Club first. So this call might have been afterwards. So let's see. You need the trick? Okay. Hit me up, I'll tell you. You don't get me no more, baby. They got me one time, I was done. Girl. And it wasn't like, it was a whole bunch of money. It was like, had lost like 4 grand or something like that. But baby, that was enough for me because you talking to somebody that don't want to lose $10. Okay? I don't want to lose $10. And baby, I went in there real quick. And you learn those things through trial and error, but baby, I don't have it to learn by no trial and error. You think the courts took her off? Mo, you talking about you so happy I'm following Lord. Hold on, sister girl. Hold on, Punkin. Hold on. Hey, I'm following enough cases right now. I don't know if I can pick up Lori. Oh my gosh. I got on, let me tell you how I had fallen off with Lori. Whatever. I thought this heifer was already tried and convicted. Okay. Mm-hmm. But I figured out how to protect them little coins in there from these type of times. Cause you people don't know. People think that a retirement plan is just protected no matter what. No, that ain't how it works. Uh-uh. 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 Ain't how it works. So you need to know. You need to know how the world works, and more importantly, how the United States economy works when it comes to money. Right? You have to. We're gonna talk about that a little briefly. We'll talk about that a little briefly. Okay, she was convicted of her kids. Okay, she's on the trial about her ex-husband and I think what no, not Chad. I don't know. Girl, when I tell you it was so many moving parts and pieces or whatever, I was like, okay, I used to catch it when it used to come on 48 hours and whatever, and they give you the little hour. Apparently it was more that was going on that we were getting through those little documentaries, right? The little 1 hour they give you on Dateline and 48 hours and 60 minutes, and it was a lot going on. And apparently, if I'm not mistaken, she has some connection to that other fool that that them two ladies that got put in jail when she was sitting up there looking crazy, when them people asking her a question in interrogation, she just looking straight ahead and blanking her eyes and all that crazy shit. These people are absolutely nuts. I don't care if Mo get mad. I ain't waiting for the assessment. I'm telling you, they nuts to do all of this. But yeah, the Hildebrandt lady, yeah, like, huh? It was crazy. I was like, wait a minute. And so that's when that case started popping up, that's how I got back, peeping in and out with this Lori and Chad and them. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. I thought these two was long gone. Walking across that goddamn street while them people asking them questions, and she looking like she ain't got a care in this world. And the kids missing. I can't deal with all that. You accept crazy as hell. But check this out right here. Wendy is calling everybody. This is, when I tell you, this is some manipulation at its finest. Well, go ahead. She got it. She got everybody. Oh, baby, she got them all.
I have Wendy on the line. It's Gina Lisa. Hi, Gina. Hi, Wendy. Hello. Hold on. Let me connect you. Okay. Hey, Wendy, Rosanna. Hey, Wendy.
Rosanna.
Wendy.
Rosanna.
Yes. Tell me how you're doing.
Well, are we on TV?
Yes, we're on TV.
Oh my gosh. Hi.
Hi.
So I'm on the phone with my friend Gina.
Good morning. Good morning, Gina. So, Wendy, yesterday, the last we saw, you were leaving with police officers going to the hospital.
Right. I'm currently at the hospital.
You're currently at the hospital. What's going on there today?
Well, Gina is more, Gina can elaborate on everything, and I'll just co-sign. Go ahead.
Okay, Gina, Wendy had those tests yesterday, right?
Correct. She had those tests. She's been deemed she is not incapacitated.
I passed with flying colors.
I know.
And, I think it's great news. And it's public, and everybody knows, factually that Wendy's not incapacitated.
Wendy, the thing is, the court says they were going to do some testing on you. Did you not really trust their testing, and you wanted somebody independent to do it for you?
Absolutely. I want independently tested, and that is what I want, and that is what I got. Gina can tell you a little bit more. Look, it's not that I'm scared to talk. It's just under these circumstances, there's certain people that I don't care to talk to or talk about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. You and I have been talking the whole time, and you know that I have your back. And I'm just curious, okay? Would you be open to having a sober companion, a financial consultant, if they moved you out of that guardianship?
Well, as far as a sober companion, I don't need that. I am not drinking ever in my life. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I am a financial advisor. I've had that for a year. Listen, of course, a financial advisor, a after my money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
because
the money that I have right now is all with my guardian person.
right, and by the way, they're taking fees out every month, right?
Oh, please, listen. I'll talk to you behind the scenes,
Okay.
Rosanna.
I know. So, Wendy, are you okay? How do you feel today, and how long are you going to be in the hospital for?
Well, I'm waiting to see my lawyer, Sadatu Salami, and I saw her yesterday. She'll be here today. And I got a few other people that I have to speak with, Gina, continue talking, please.
So, Gina,
we're just trying to talk. Yeah.
So Gina, can you take this latest testing, bring it before the judge, and say, let Wendy out now?
Absolutely. These are independent results. This is from a hospital, a very well-known hospital. It's independent. It's factual. I would be very disappointed and I would be very concerned if the judge has an issue with those tests.
You know what I don't understand, Wendy, is they're locking you up like you committed a crime.
Yes. I have to tell you something, and I'm on the 5th floor. It's called the memory unit, and this is a floor, where, you don't remember anything. Like, really? And as far as me being able to go outside, I'm not allowed. I have to stay in this building.
Right.
In order to go to the gym, which is on the 3rd floor, I have to be permitted. You know what I'm saying? And then I have somebody, who works in the building, walk me downstairs. Well, I'm in the scooter, but, downstairs. And the man who's working me out, he comes outside to spot me as I work out, in terms of how much it costs, it has to be approved by, my guardian person. Like, my money is like in the air. Like, oh God. This is my life.
I know it's your life. And I know you want to take control of it. And I can't even call you back. You don't know your phone number. They've given you some kind of weird kind of phone that you could.
No.
What?
I have a landline phone. My guardian person has been having my phone for years now. I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't search my phone. I can't. My phone is my phone. My phone is, oh my gosh. I have a landline phone, like I said. It's
okay.
horrible.
Wendy, you're on Good Day New York right now. What do you want people out there to know about you and what you hope for your future?
Well, you mean as far as staying in New York?
Yes.
Staying in New York, going back to work, and what will I do? I have options, but in terms of getting out of guardianship, that is my number one most important thing. Gina.
Yeah, I think, just, again, having this information, Rosanna, and it's independent is a big thing, and I think it's going to open up a lot of doors. I did make a report myself, and I brought APS in. We brought NYPD in. I feel like we have the city agencies involved as well,
yes.
And they are allowed to go into this case, and I think that's what we really just want to continue to do there, that the city agencies do their job.
And I have to tell you, even the cops that showed up, where I was at the coterie, these people were so nice to me. You know what I'm saying? Like the conversations that we were having. I mean, and then at the end, just everybody has been so kind to me and getting me to the hospital. Everybody's been fantastic here at the hospital.
So listen, Joe Tacopina, did you hire him as your attorney now? Is he going to use this information now to try to get you out with the judge?
My only attorney that I have now is Sadat Salami.
Okay.
I do know Joe, though. I do know Joe, and I don't know Diamond McCarthy. I do know Peter. I do know attorneys, but,
Okay.
There isn't anything, Rosanna, right now that legally allows Wendy to bring an attorney on board. There isn't anything.
There you go.
Okay. Well, listen, we got to get her in front of a judge and get her out of that guardianship immediately.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wendy, we're praying for you. And, the minute that you're out, you got to come back on Good Day New York.
Oh, gosh, I would love that. What will I wear? It's all in storage.
You know what? You and I are going to go shopping together.
I love you.
I love you too. You know that, I got your back. So we're going to get you out of that. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Love you, sis.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Gina, thank you. Thanks so much. Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. The one and only Wendy Williams. You heard it here, right here on Good.
My opinion remains unchanged.
Seriously unchanged.
Unchanged.
And I don't know if that testing they done was
Right.
anything outside of the A&O questions. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, let me go ahead and well, first of all, hey.
Yeah.
Jump in the middle of it. Let me tell you something. So there are multiple things, and I would even like to go through. I could go through it minute by minute if we needed to, and break some things down to people that I think we should at least be cognizant of. Be very clear. I don't know Wendy. I have never treated Wendy, so on and so forth. I'm just speaking off of what I've heard, and I'm also not speaking as a clinician necessarily all the time. When I'm going to do this, it's going to be a little bit of me and a little bit of the doctor. Now, number one, first of all, you got to not only pay attention to Wendy, you also, so I was tracking both of their behavior, the questions, all of that, right? So it's clear that this is somebody that Wendy knows as a personal friend, just even by the way the conversation happened, so on and so forth. But if you listen, one of the very first things that she asked her when she starts getting it, the interviewer asking about Wendy's condition, one of the first things she says is, can you get a sober companion? Which means that her friend also knows that there is a substance issue at play,
Yep.
right? That was
Yep.
one of the first things at the top of her mind.
Yep.
And then, of course, Wendy comes in, no, I'll just never drink again, right? And I hate to even say it, but at that moment, I said to myself, spoken like a true alcoholic, or spoken like a person who has an actual drug issue. Because anyone who has been in the throes of addiction and has fought with it the way that she is, when you're talking about sobriety, some of the things that you're going to hear is, I'll be with anybody. I need all the help I can get, because they'll always talk about there's this lifelong thing. You need constant lifelong support to get through that. So for her to just pop up and be like, nope, I don't need anything because I'll just never drink again. That's
Right.
highly unlikely, especially with what we know about her over the course of time. Wendy has had ongoing issues with alcohol and substances her entire life and career that we are aware of. So why is it all of a sudden now, right? And so then you're gonna pop out just as recently as a month or two ago, you went to your son's event and allegedly were caught sneaking alcohol then, and you are under watchful eye. So then you come out, your friend, who clearly is your friend, conveniently comes up with the first thing out of her mouth is sober companion. That is the equivalent of if you and I, Angie, are friends, and I know that you have an alcohol issue that you've dealt with on and off, and that's playing a role behind closed doors. I'm saying, well, yeah, the alcohol is the issue, but she doesn't need the guardianship. When I'm talking to you, why don't you just do something to help make sure that they can feel reassured that you're not going to have this alcohol issue anymore? Because I'm talking to the sober version of you, right? So that's the first thing that that caught me. The second thing is the reasoning why she's in the hospital, especially both what she's saying and what we have heard in the media as to what happened. From what we heard, she slipped a note outside that said help, exclamation point, exclamation point, Wendy, exclamation point, exclamation point. That immediately is going to warrant a wellness check from the police. Period, point blank, especially under these circumstances. And quite frankly, even me and you, right? If somebody were to find that, they call the police and say, hey, Angie just dropped this note that said, help, Angie, they're going to send somebody to come and check on you. And then if they're talking to you and your behavior seems erratic, you're saying you're in danger, you're saying you're imprisoned, you're saying that all of these different things, now they have enough to escalate it to say, hey, this person needs the psychological. Now, where I will go a little bit further on that, would be if there were other health issues. Of course, they're going to treat and check for all of that, right? But now they're trying to figure out, especially if you're saying, hey, they're holding me captive, and then other people are saying, no, she's here for her treatment. They can't figure it out. They now need to go and eliminate the possibility that you are having a mental health issue, right? They need to determine what's really going on here. And that's likely what that hospital visit was in reference to. Now, I was not there. The other part of that would be, taking a step further, a psychological evaluation or a checkup or whatever, she wants to refer to it as. In that situation is going to be confined to determining, is this person at harm or hurting themselves or hurting somebody else? And are they of their right cognition to be released, and are they well? That's all they're going to be assessing. So if she's saying, oh, I went to the hospital and they gave me a clean bill of health, what they're giving her an assessment of is, no, you're not a danger to yourself. What we would call imminent risk. You are not at imminent risk. Now, you could still be having cognitive issues. There's going to be a whole lot of other little things that might be written in that note. Also, I'm not getting the impression that Wendy or those who are around her are going to tell the whole story. Now, you are a perfect example of this, because if you go into the hospital, right, and you've had times you've come on here, you said, I was in the hospital, I was sick, whatever the case may be.
No, you didn't say, are you the perfect example of it? I just caught that.
Well, you are, but let me go all the way. I'm not reading you. I'm telling you, you're a perfect example, because you done came on here and you say, I was sick, I had whatever, COVID, whatever condition you may have had, right? But that's all you tell us. You don't tell us that the doctor might have told you, well, like all of us, well, your blood pressure was a little high, but I'll let you slide on that. So get this under control. Or you're not going to, or if you got some long-standing health issue, you're not going to come on and give us your full review, or you're not going to publish for us online. Here's what the doctor said in my home care plan, right? Or whatever the case, because they always going to send you home with that. You are a perfect example. You come on.
I ain't tell you, wait a minute, I don't tell y'all behind the scenes.
No. I don't want your full health. I don't tell. I always find out late anyway. I come and go. But you would. My point is, that's also to people who are closer to you, people who you are close enough to, but just somebody that you text with on here and there. You're only going to tell them so much information. You're not going to give them your full, like here, getting on YouTube, you're not going to say, well, here's what the paper said. The paper said I'm taking 25 milligrams of this. That's for blood pressure. And then you're doing this. You see what I'm saying? So there could be other things there. For instance, they could say, well, mentally you're okay, but your pancreas is still on the latter part of things, and your brain deterioration is still really bad. And here's this and here's that. You see what I'm saying? It's very similar. I know you weren't following it as much, but those people who followed the carbonation situation, at one point, Malia was in that hospital, and she was getting on these phone calls on YouTube, World News, and all these other people. You could probably still find some of it where she's saying, I'm fine. I'm ready to come home to Nature Boy. And I'm coming on home. The doctor says nothing wrong with me. He said, I just need to eat some herbs and some fruit, and I'm going to be so much better. Well, guess what? She happened to leave her phone on one time, and we heard that doctor come in and start talking all kinds of extra stuff and telling her, well, we're worried about this. And that's not really what we said. And then some sort of way, she dropped her phone one day, and they saw, the YouTube people, they catch everything. They screenshot it, and you could see on the board where they write the little whiteboard stuff of what they were saying. And they were saying that she had all kinds of health issues and things that they needed to eliminate, and so on and so forth. So again, you can't just hear someone in Wendy's condition, with all due respect, and say, yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, that could have been because they can only put you for the things you're there for. And if you came in there because you're saying you are at harm's way, and they then eliminate that and confirm, yeah, you're at least well enough to be able to be released, that's not the same as saying you don't have an addiction issue, you don't have long-term health issues, you don't have other things. And it also doesn't even fully mean that you're actually in your right mind. Perfect example would be if you have a family member who has dementia or Alzheimer's, that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
You take them to the hospital and they will orient them or they'll talk to them. And if they're able to orient to such and such level, they would still be well enough to go home. That doesn't mean they're going home and their memory is 10 out of 10, right? So a lot of what Wendy says, you still have to go with you really have to know what you're listening to, I think. And I would still be very, very, very worried of her being released fully with no safeguards in place. And even the
Right.
fact that she's
What if I had that
resisting
house though?
and the last thing I'll add on to this two small things I'll add on to it. Number one being, here's the thing. Do you want to be out or no? Let me tell you what, if people gave me the choice and said, okay, can't you just get a sober companion or put some people in place around you so people can feel better about it? If I want to get out of that situation and I'm truly in my right mind and I got the money that Wendy has, I'm going to have around the clock care. That's the same thing with some of these celebrities and stuff. They'll have $12 million bond, and they say, okay, well, you got to have the ankle monitor, you got to have people at the door, you got to have extra security, and you can't leave, whatever. Guess what? They go ahead and cough it up because they want to be home. So for her to then say, no, I'm not going to do the sober companion thing immediately. That's one of the things she answered very directly. That means there's something there that I would want to dig a little deeper into, because what is that's a small ask, and it's still going to be a million
Right.
times cheaper than these guardianship people. Yeah, the guardianship people can go. I will get around the clock companions. I will get companions. My son will be whoever. I'm going to have people that'll look out for me 24/7, get me out of this situation because I don't need to be in it. That's an
Right.
easy solve. She's not willing for that, which means that there's something there that at least I would want to poke at a little bit more. And then the
Yeah.
last piece of this that I will say about her, she still does not track conversation in the same ways that we know to be what I call her baseline. Wendy, who's
Right.
sitting in the purple chair, can keep up with conversation a mile a minute and does not lose track. At times, even in this very brief conversation, people ask her
Right.
one thing, she's off on another. The only things that she does is she kind of continues to uh, go over those same topics again: my money, the guardianship people, that sort of stuff, which I get. That's the forefront of this topic. But still, there were times where she was asking her pointed, direct questions that Wendy, that we know, should be able to hit every one of them in less than 15 seconds. And that does not happen. There is
Right.
still an issue, and I would strongly point to the significance of substance abuse in her life. And I will say that I am very, very concerned that if she is released from the guardianship without
Okay.
guardrails in place, that we will have a very, very sick, if not worse, version of Wendy Williams.
Exactly. And you know what? My thing was her conversation is limited. And it's not because she's limiting
Mm-hmm.
them all the time. It's because she doesn't have the answer. She can't go for an
Mm-hmm.
extended period of time. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, she keeps doing this over and over again, and
Mm-hmm.
she keeps, deferring to that
Mm-hmm.
lady. And all the time, it's not about questions that she shouldn't be able to answer. You understand what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's not
Yeah.
about, say, like something that is, a sticky situation, like when she said she can't talk about this, talk about that.
Yes.
Sometimes she can't elaborate on other questions she's been asked, and I was like, and I don't trust, because she came back and said, yeah, I passed with flying colors. I'm like, well, damn, they gave you the alpha, what is it, aphasia and dementia test. They gave you that observation,
These are
those
not
tests,
things that can happen in a quick 24-hour
exactly,
turnaround.
cognitive
The types of
assessments, all
treatment,
of that.
yeah, the types of
Yeah,
assessment that she would need, you probably, with all due respect, it would be one of those times where they might do some initial testing at that hospital, but then they're going to send you off, or if they do anything, it's going to be, they're going to send you home and say, okay, follow up with this doctor in a week. They'll have all of your results, and you need to go to a different specialist for this part. It's several different tests that would take a substantial amount of time, at least several days, to be able to fully
right,
complete and assess. That little
right,
24 hours and you
exactly.
still in there lets me know that it was likely the equivalent
Right,
of
them
some people call
A&O's,
condition
yeah, alert and
150.
orientation.
exactly a 5150 or a general psychological to determine that this person is not pretty much honestly it was to determine can we trust her word and can she maintain her own safety. That's all we're dealing with here. Is what I would
Yeah.
strongly suspect. I would love to see the actual paperwork or what comes out in those court documents if they ever do, because I think they will. I would put money on it that they will strongly show what I'm saying to be accurate.
Right. Hey, unique. But yeah, that's what I was like. Ain't no way. Ain't no way they test what she needed. And she talking about you. She can take whatever she had to the judge. Ain't
Thank you.
no way. Ain't no
No,
way. I don't believe
no,
none of this. This ain't nothing but a large, large plan of manipulation. Uh,
yeah,
the whole calling 911, the
yep,
whole thing. Yeah, I was like, this is a whole manipulation. I said, this is what black people do to get
yeah,
what you call it? What you call them checks?
yeah.
Um, Wellness checks,
SSI.
right?
Yeah. Oh,
It's
okay.
the same. Yeah, it's the same thing I said when when the whole thing with Tim Savage and them started, right? He was saying like, they kept going to the cops, kept going to the feds, whatever. They couldn't do nothing, they couldn't do nothing, they couldn't do nothing, right? And then all of a sudden his story incorporated steps and information. I put like so you have to be. I don't want no shit. I want peace. You have information and steps that I know, which is the playbook in order to get someone to check on an adult that's over the age of 18 that's
Hmm.
with the guy.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now when they're classified more as a victim that may or may be under some imminent threat or something like that, then
Hmm.
the the movement becomes different. You
Very
just
much.
coming in wanting to file a report telling a story about what happened over
Yeah.
somebody that's over the age of 18.
Yep.
You're not going to get a lot of motion behind that.
No. No.
Okay. But
Because
when
you
you
have free will in this country. That's because people
exactly,
used to do that. Just so people know, back in the day, that used to be a thing. You could just walk in a hospital and say this person is crazy, or go to the police and say this person is crazy,
exactly,
and they lock you up indefinitely. And we found out that people were actually of their right mind, or at least they were not. You have to be in a space where you are at risk for yourself or others in order for your freedoms to be limited. There's only three
right,
ways that you can get that done. You have to have those two, or you have to be incarcerated. That's the way this goes. So
right.
you cannot just go running into that hospital, even if someone, I don't mean harm. I've
Hmm.
gone to the hospital many times with people who have not been well, and they go, I'm so sorry, but I gotta discharge them because they don't meet the criteria.
Meet your
Especially a lot of
criteria.
them, they'll get to the point where they understand the system. And I think Wendy is very clever in that way. She knows what it takes. She knows, oh, well, if I can get in
Exactly,
the ER, I know what I can do. If I can get
exactly.
whatever, and they'll
That's
get
what
in
I'm
those
saying.
predicaments.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. It's the whole playbook. That's what I said. Yes, I said, baby, this is the whole playbook to get
yeah.
evaluated. And we don't know if she's seen a board certified psychologist or if she's seen an ER doctor.
Well,
It's
she
an
got
ER
it.
doctor come in there and orient you like that. The
And she may
paramedic
not
would do
even
that.
been that. She may not even
Yeah, the
have that.
paramedic would do that.
Because if you're
A
talking
nurse.
about, it might just be somebody with a master's degree, a person like
Exactly.
me or whatever on a video call. Because in
Uh-huh.
today's day and age, we usually do not have enough people to do that. Now, you can request for certain hospitals or states will require that it at least be a nurse practitioner, a psychiatric nurse practitioner, someone of that nature. But I can tell you right now, like for instance, in Virginia, all it is someone who, not to say all it is, but as far as from a medical standpoint, that's not who makes that final call. Of course, a medical doctor is going to see you and confirm that diagnosis from the mental health professional, but oftentimes it's just a 30-minute or so conversation or less with a mental health professional. They ask you, are you going to hurt yourself? No. You going to hurt somebody else? No.
Yep.
What's going on? You tell them the little general, okay, well, we'll try to get you with a social worker, and out the door we go.
Exactly.
You have to meet that
Exactly.
criteria. And she knows that.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This was the play. I said, this some black people shit.
Yeah.
This is the play. Go ahead. Let me make that call. We're going. And you heard the I'm gonna play. I don't know. Did you hear the Breakfast Call? The
I didn't
Breakfast
hear
Club
that yet.
call.
No, I didn't even get to hear
Okay,
it
well I
yet.
have that one too. I got that one too. And she was that girl. What's her name? Gina. I think she said she called 911 or something fishy. But yeah, I said, oh yeah, this the play, honey. This the play. Wendy is she's gonna get some motion one way or the other. I'm like, this is crazy, honey. Here we go.
Morning, everybody. It's DJ NV, Jess Larry, Charlamagne the Guy. We are the Breakfast Club, and we got some special guests on the line this morning. We have Wendy Williams and Gina. Hi. Hey, good morning. How you feeling, Wendy? How you feeling, Gina? Good morning.
We're doing well.
Gina.
Hi.
Well, good morning, Wendy. I want to tell people who Gina is because Gina's name came up yesterday in one of the TMZ articles. Gina is the president of Connect Care Advisory Group. And, Gina has been a godsend for Wendy Williams throughout this whole process, man. I want to salute Gina. And I want y'all to walk us through what happened yesterday with Wendy. It was a lot going on. We saw Wendy leaving the facility with all the police.
Yep.
What happened?
Well, the police showed up, and I'm exhausted. You know what I'm saying? I'm exhausted, and I wanted to go to the hospital to talk to the doctor. And Gina, you can expound upon that a bit, please.
So we were actually trying to figure out how to kind of break through and get some kind of motion into this case because we were pretty stuck at one point waiting for the lawyers to get through and get some type of trial. So I did two things. I wrote a letter to the Adult Protective Services explaining to them Wendy's situation. She was isolated and we needed an investigation. Yesterday morning, I told Wendy we will be calling the police. And we will be
I knew it.
That you are isolated. Listen, and we need some help. So two police showed up, where I was, at the coterie, and so I was telling them, the same, and the next thing you know, there are two more police, so there are four in total, and I was talking with Gina, and saying, go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, and the police came into the room. Wendy gave me the phone, and I pleaded with the police as if Wendy was my child. Please, you need to get her off this floor. And she is confined.
I told them I am not incapacitated, as I've been accused. And this floor that I live on is the memory unit. The people who live there don't remember anything, unlike me. Like, what is going on? It's a cry for help. You know what I'm saying? Charlamagne, I talk to you often and a lot. Mm-hmm. And Gina, go ahead and talk, please.
Now, Gina, let me ask one question. There was something yesterday that said that Wendy dropped a note out the window, and that's how the police were called. Is that true? Is there any truth to that? No.
That's so funny. Wendy's talking to me on the phone, and she's like, Gina, there's a photographer downstairs. What do I do?
Yeah.
And I'm like, she's like, should I write them something? And I'm like, yes, write out.
Let me tell you, this happened early in the morning. And it just so happens, because all I have a window, a bathroom, and a bedroom. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at the window, and I see somebody say hi. So I'm like, hi back. And I get on the phone, and I'm talking with Gina, and my niece. And I ask them this, that, and the third. Go ahead, Gina.
Yes.
This is another cockroach situation.
Dee and I actually called the police directly and convinced the police to come over to do a welfare check.
Mm-hmm.
And yes.
No, go ahead, finish.
And just insisted and pleaded with the officer on the phone that you have to get Wendy out of here. We have a guardian who is telling the whole building and the world that she's incapacitated.
Yeah.
And she needs to be on a locked unit.
Yeah.
And I said, please, you cannot walk out of that building without Wendy. And she told me, I promise her, I will not.
Yo, I was shocked to see Wendy walking yesterday. That's what I was telling Wendy yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, damn, I can't. We seen them with Fadima feet. I was like, I could not believe.
Look, Wendy, let me tell you something. So the cops say to me, you know what I'm saying? They say, Wendy, you have to leave the scooter. I said, okay, but just walk with me, okay? And so they walked with me. So it was like exercise for my feet. Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, and so when the officers were there, Wendy started to feel she had a little bit of anxiety. And I said, tell them that you need to go to the hospital. And I said, when you go to the hospital, you're going to ask for an independent medical evaluation.
Yes.
But the building is a hard time. They first sent a nurse.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, Wendy, we'll take care of it. I'll take your vital.
And I said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
And I'm on the phone, and I'm like, no, we need a medical doctor.
Right.
The nurse says, oh, we have a doctor in the building.
No, I want an independent doctor.
That's
And
right.
I'm like,
Independent
no.
doctor.
Yeah, I said, no, she needs to get out. We need to go to a hospital. That's not a hospital.
Right.
We need to get her out of there, and she needs to be seen by medical outside of this facility. And then finally, the cops were okay with that, and then the ambulance, and Wendy was okay as well, and they called the ambulance.
So just to clear it up, so they didn't want her to leave. They had to do everything to make sure she didn't leave.
Internal.
Listen. And then I was on the phone. I was on the phone with Gina, and then I'm on the phone with my lawyer. You know what I'm saying? My lawyer was like, "Oh, okay," and I'm going to meet you at the hospital. You know what I'm saying?
I'm surprised I'm surprised Sabrina Morrissey didn't come and jump on the ambulance.
No, please. My lawyer Sadatu was on it.
Yeah.
Question for you guys.
Sadatu Salami.
Yeah, she did. I actually called her, told her that Wendy was going to be admitted into the hospital.
Yeah.
And she drove from Long Island to the hospital. And she actually stood by Wendy's side because I said, you have to be there. And you have to tell the doctors that Wendy's being held captive. The world thinks that she's incapacitated and they need to do an independent exam.
Right.
Because the issue here was that Wendy has a guardian. So that guardian is in charge of medical decisions as well.
And
so I told her, yeah.
By the way, at the hospital, they tell me that my guardian was right here, on the other side of right here, and never said hi. And my lawyer
You're gonna show off.
say the guardian person
Sabrina
was
Morrissey
in the hospital. It's like, yes, and never said anything to me at all.
She was at the hospital yesterday?
Yes. This is
Oh, wow.
yesterday.
Melody.
Yesterday in the afternoon. She was here. I didn't
She
see
never
her.
said anything to you. Did you see read the Vanity Fair article? I don't know how you would have read it though, Wendy. But she said that you guys have a really good. Oh, hey, Wendy. She said that you guys have a really great relationship and that you guys it's very friendly when you see each other and that happens often. But she was at the hospital yesterday and didn't say anything to you.
Please. She's lying about the Vanity Fair.
She's lying in Vanity Fair, you mean?
Yes, about what was being said, according to what she was saying. And she was there with. Anyway, the point is that then where I am, at that coterie, right now there is another person right there. Like if I open the door, there's a person from the coterie.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's very sad. You know what I'm saying?
Now, if you're just joining us, we're talking to Wendy Williams, and Gina is also on the line.
Gina Lisa, she's the president of Connect Care Advisory Group.
Now tell us what happened when you got to the hospital, because there were claims that they did a test and she got 10 out of 10 on the test. So what happened when she actually got to the hospital?
Well, when I got to the hospital, immediately, and they're saying, I get checked in, right? And then, they checked me for the heart palpitations and they did all kinds of scans and Gina, can you expound upon?
Yes. So she arrived at the hospital, and the attorney convinced the doctors. So according to what was told, the guardian was there and Wendy's attorney, and I think there was a little back and forth as whether she was going to allow Wendy, the guardian, to get evaluated.
That's not how this works.
Saw there was a difference between the guardian's opinion and her lawyer's opinion, and the doctor had to go to his legal department from the hospital to see how he was going to do it. He received the clearance for the evaluation, and then Wendy took two evaluations, and pretty much they're evaluating whether she has competency and is able to make
competency.
pass both tests.
Can you pause that? Can you pause that?
What is 1010? What does it mean?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to this for the first time, and again, like I hadn't even heard that, and it's confirming everything that we've been saying.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm going to tell you, and just to explain to people a little bit as well, because I know you know, but just to explain to people what likely happened there. Okay. That she said that her and Gina decided they were in a bind. Pretty much she could not get out. She also mentioned just a second ago, she said, whenever I open the door, there's a person from that facility at the door. That is more of her issue, right? Because she possibly is trying to see, can I catch somebody who's running down the hall? Can I build a relationship? You see what I'm saying? She doesn't like the fact that there is oversight to what is going on. Now, here's the other piece of it. She says, if you listen to this, she says that they were in a bind and they needed to figure out what they were going to do. So Gina called the police. Again, they knew, and I've had to do it before, where we needed to use this system. And there were certain things that we could red flag that we know, if nothing else, we got to get you to the hospital. And this is our way to do it, right? You are unstable. You're going to hurt yourself, something like that. And I've even had clients before that will intentionally, like, I know that they're not. They're just doing it because they want to get out of having to turn themselves in tomorrow or whatever the case may be. And so they just keep saying, yes, I am. I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. There's students, even kids that I've worked with before, once they learn that system, they know the words to say and not say. The same thing has happened many times as well, too, when I'm knowing that this person is not well, and they know, I ain't saying that to you because I know what you're going to have to do if I say that. Right? So that's what this situation definitely sounds like. That took place is that she's like, look, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. They're like, well, it's one thing if you do this, drop that note to that photographer, and then I'm going to call and say you're at risk. They got to get you checked out. Right now, the guardian coming and being in the next room, I have done that. I've not been a guardian, but I have worked in many capacities that are somewhat similar, if you'll say that. I'll put it that way. Where I know that person is irritable. I know that they are in a mental health state where I'm the enemy in their mind, or they're in a state where they're not going to want to see me, or I know what's going on. So yeah, I still got to be there by law, or I got to be there because if she's not her own guardian, then somebody from the guardianship has to be present to make medical decisions on her behalf. A lawyer is not going to be able to do that unless they are signed off in that capacity. And it doesn't seem like he was. Now, the other part is that she's now in the hospital and said, I want to see a doctor. They sent a nurse to do regular vitals and such. She's like, no, I want to see a doctor. And they said, well, we have a doctor in the building. We have a doctor who can come and see you. And she's like, no, I want an independent doctor. What happens in this particular situation? And why would it be possibly that the guardian and the lawyer could potentially be at odds, or a hospital as well needing to get their legal involved? Perfect example. Hold on. Perfect reason why that would be. Because she's refusing to see the doctor that we have available, and she's demanding that an outside person come in. That's not going to be covered by the hospital, right? You're not going to be able to do that. So if she's demanding that, it very well could be that the lawyer says, well, why don't we just go ahead and do it so we can get this process over with? And the guardian goes, well, she's going to have to pay out of pocket for all of this, and I'm supposed to be protecting her money. This is going to cause additional costs and things like that. No, we just need to see the doctor who's here and, to try to authorize it. And they could certainly be at odds, because many times the lawyer is like, what's the path of least resistance to get this situation taken care of? The guardian or whoever is involved has a different perspective or a different thing to where they might not be on the same playing field. So then, of course, you have this person who's being pretty much they're assessing her competency right on the spot. So the hospital goes, I don't know whether she's competent or not, but she's saying she wants one thing. She has a lawyer and she has a guardian here. There are legal issues at play. Who do I listen to so that y'all don't sue me once she goes home? right? One way or the other, they could get in trouble
Exactly.
for that. So they're going to consult with their legal, who's going to tell them, look, this is what we need to do. And they're saying that well, from what Wendy is saying, then they brought in this other person. So the lawyer probably said, well, if she's willing to pay for it out of pocket, or if she has the money for it or whatever, bring in whoever she wants, or bring in someone. Who's to even say if she actually brought it? She's not going to know the difference. Right? Now
Right.
they're supposed to be honest with her and that sort of stuff. But they could have had conversations with her attorneys, her guardian, like whoever they eventually send in there, whoever is approved, the guardian is ultimately who has to approve it. And so it's just because of the legal liability issues. It does not, to me, nothing that she said to me, having been working in similar circumstances many, many times, I would just say nothing there convinced me that needs perfect mental health. Charlemagne and Gina are have been manipulated into being accomplices.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Whether they know that or not, I will say this: I think there will be an immense amount of heartbroken, well-intended people should
Yep.
something happen to Wendy, should something happen to Brittany, what have you. I understand that people think they're doing the right thing, and I agree that I don't see a reason for her guardianship to be as restrictive as it is. But I
Right.
do not think this whole just let her go walking around the streets, I don't think that that's going to work out in the way that people want it. I believe that she could still be in danger. That's all I had to say about
It still should be restrictive as it is because she has a high level of manipulation. It has gone this far. They call it 911. Okay, 911.
it.
When
But
you do all of that,
it's true. Here's what I would say. I think when I say I don't think she needs that level of restriction, the fact that she prefers Aquafina and they're only bringing her Deer Park, I don't think that there's nothing that someone who would be in her condition, if she has the money to be able to buy Aquafina, I think she should be able to do that. I don't think that they should be able to control it down to that level.
well, I don't know, but we don't know what her requirements are because a lot of times they come in with certain requirements. You have I'll say this: I've gotten paperwork where the work everybody that's worked on the case got it down to a T. Like if a person has a special diet, it's
Oh
down to a
yeah.
T.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like if they have me over their benefits or whatever, I'm supposed to get this. I mean, right down to a T, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't know, why she can only. And you gotta realize they leaving a lot out. Trust
They're
and believe.
leaving a whole. I cannot say this enough. Judge Judy says it best, and I don't like her either. But she says
I
it
love
best when she said, "No, her values don't align in a lot of the things." But as far as a TV personality, she's great, right? But she says if the story doesn't make sense, then it's probably not true, or you're missing
Yeah.
a significant part of the story, and that's just a fact, right? That's exactly what we are dealing with here. Is that she she's leaving, it doesn't make sense, or it sounds crazy because they're leaving out significant portions of the story that don't fit the narrative that they want you to hear, and that is a problem. Now when I use the water thing as an example, but I've told you before,
Right.
when it comes to water, I personally had a friend that I lost that would absolutely put vodka in his water bottle and walk around with it like it was nothing. I'm not saying the water, I'm just saying the things that she does have
Yeah.
control over, that I do think she should be able to do those things. The same way I felt about Britney Spears. I don't think that she should be living independently, but if she has the money and she wants to have an extra piece of cake or whatever the case may be, I don't think those are things that need to be going through a guardianship unless there are medical reasons for it.
Right,
Yeah, or like
exactly.
they were making
Other
her
than
go
that,
out
I
and
can
work.
understand that. But
Yeah,
I
like
thought
I
you
don't
meant
think
like
that.
she shouldn't live. I thought you meant like she shouldn't live. She shouldn't be up under that type of
Oh, no, she
restriction,
needs
that type of
no,
living care. Yeah,
no. She needs
yeah,
something.
she needs it right there. Okay, because
Yeah,
it's a lot going on. Because
yeah.
when you go to this level of manipulation,
Mhm.
you're desperate to do something.
I also, and while we're listening to the rest of it, you absolutely are. And you hear the desperation in her and you hear the manipulation. Now, I will say, I want to look up this facility because it also could be that some of these things are of the facility that she is in. So, for instance, there are certain facilities, if there's a mental health situation associated with it or whatever the case may be, especially if there's any substance sort of stuff, they can put a restriction and say everything that this person gets has to come out of our kitchen because we know our kitchen and we know our employees and we have it under lock and key and we know that nobody from our facility is going to sneak alcohol in XYZ, right? We have that under control. And the only waters that we get are Deer Park waters. And because of this person's restriction, that's the only kind of water that they can get is something that came out of our kitchen. Because if not, you could say, oh, well, I want Gina to bring me a pack of Dasanis and it looks all fine and good. And then you find out later on that it's been some smuggling of things in or what. I'm not saying that's what it is. But I think it could also be an issue with that. I just think the things that she does have control over, which apparently she has control over, being able to open her curtains and get a note and slip it out and all these other things. Like, so she has something. I don't think it should be so restricted that the things that are within her sphere to be able or ability to be able to manage that she should not be able to. And also for her to be able to see where her money is and stuff like that. If that stuff, I don't think she should be restricted from that. But I don't think that she should be able to live independently at this time based upon what I'm hearing. And I'm very, very worried for her.
Yeah, I am. I mean, because I just don't know what type of assessment and who gave it, and I mean, and hopefully a judge would require more. You understand? Because sometimes, here's the thing, right? Sometimes you can confuse the legal system by document which looks like it's in order. It and and the judge, half of them will not understand the psychological assessment that she, you know what I'm saying, unless he's being briefed by someone in that community, the psychological community, as to what she needs. Is it sufficient? You understand
the
what I'm
number
saying?
of times I have had to take the stand to do just that, to interpret, to share, to further explain what it is that I mean in my notes, to articulate what are you seeing here, what do you recommend, what have you, because the judge is going to take our professional guidance under. That's not what they do, right? All they do are keeping people safe. They're going to look to us to say, what do you recommend, social worker? What do you recommend, counselor? What do you recommend? Because they don't know, they haven't studied mental health.
You don't, yeah, exactly. You don't know half of them. Don't know now. Here's the thing. You do have a great deal of lawyers that have studied, psychology, that have that companion degree, right? Right? But not everyone, right? And it only teaches you a couple pointers while you're going through law classes with regards to psychology and philosophy, stuff like that. But it's nothing in depth to where you can be able to point out, an assessment that is required and needed for her,
or develop a treatment plan. You can't develop no treatment plan.
Exactly. Now, she can come in there, and my thing is, she might get an emergency hearing, and and somebody might not be. They don't have time enough to schedule someone to come in, with in the profession to come in and pretty much go through the whatever test she was given at the hospital. Because I mean, by coming back that quick, I'm like, she answered them A&O questions. Seemed like to me, I was like, the entire assessment she would need with somebody to determine if she got aphasia, dementia. Because listen, for someone to diagnose her with that, okay, that wasn't. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, don't they look at brain activity and cognition and all that, the whole workup for that?
Say what? For which one? For aphasia? Yeah.
dementia. Don't they do the brain
Yes.
and cognition and all that? Okay,
You
that's
have
what
to
I
do
thought.
brain scans. There's a set of questions. Like there's pretty much for
Yeah,
almost any sort of mental health condition, right? You have what we would call a mini assessment, which is typically that's the reason why a doctor could come in, ask you about 5 questions about whatever XYZ, and they can say, well,
mm,
you probably have ADHD. You seem like you have depression. For women who go to the, I don't know if they have that in your area, but you a woman every year when you go to that doctor, they're going to ask you certain questions about depression. They're going to ask you certain questions, and it's only a small hand. You might not even realize they're asking it, but they'll ask maybe 5 good questions about that, and then okay, they say, okay, well, you're okay, or hey, you came up a little high on my initial depression assessment. You doing okay, right? That is a mini assessment we have where they break it down to the highest priority symptoms and things that you have, and they can a doctor can quickly ask you those to get a sense of do you possibly have this or do you not. But what they're
right,
going to do is to get that official diagnosis, they're going to then have you do a more full assessment. Sometimes those
right.
assessments can be 100, 200 questions. It's likely going to also include bringing in, typically we're going to recommend someone from your family, friends, teachers, whomever, that we talk to some of them so they can give us their impressions of how you behave and what's baseline for you. Then
Right.
sometimes with something like dementia, you're likely going to have to get MRIs, CAT scans, different sorts of things
Exactly.
like that. Sometimes
Exactly.
you might even have to get blood work depending upon the type of condition that you have to see if certain things pop up. That is what we can, that's what they do to confirm the diagnosis is 100%
Diagnosis.
there.
Right.
Those That's also a big reason why many times, especially if it's anything mental health related, even once you're released, they're going to refer you out to a psychiatrist or someone else who can continue to be with you as far as your care team, because they can do a thorough assessment and be able to look at the differences between, bipolar 1, bipolar 2, depression, uh, and anxiety, and they can make that differentiation because it's not something that they can do in the hospital. The only thing when they talk about a competency exam, it's only mental health competency. What does that mean? Are you oriented to space, time,
Mm-hmm.
location? Are you going to hurt yourself? Are you going to hurt someone else? Does this person seem to have perception issues? That's it. Are they having delusions? Are they having hallucinations? Literally, I can bring it up like it's less than
Exactly.
10, it's less than 10 items, and it's not some sort of clean bill of health by any stretch of the
And that's
imagination.
what I'm thinking she is talking about. She said,
That's
they asked me
all that
10 questions.
happened.
I got 10 out of 10.
That's
I'm like,
all that it was.
that's what you took.
And that's exactly how they say it sometimes, especially if I know I don't mean harm. If that especially if I got a client or a person in a hospital and I can and I'm already hearing, because trust and believe, whether she knows it or not, behind the scenes, that's what's in those notes. Person
Right.
is combative, person is argumentative, person is adamant, whatever. So they already know before they even open up that curtain, okay, what am I in for in here? Is this person about to be difficult? Are they whatever, right? And then you're trying to still, you don't want to get in their crosshairs. Your job is to do what you need to do and make sure they're okay. So you do that assessment and you're probably being super friendly with them because, again, you don't have a dog in this fight. I'm here to do my job. So I come in there and I'm doing my job and I'm talking to you and you're so friendly with me because, of course, you're trying to manipulate me into the same exact way.
Exactly.
You want me to be the person who signs off on the dotted line and say, let them go. And I'm going to make you think, hey, I'm on your team. I'm doing what let's see, let's figure this thing out together. Let's see. Okay. And then I'm gonna say, okay, well, especially since you're so adamant and she constantly goes over and over and over the topic again of I'm okay, I'm not incompetent, whatever, I'm this, let me go, I'm free, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so of course then I said, well, let me go ahead and see what we can do about it today. So Miss Wendy, what day is it? Oh, it's Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. And what time is it? And what's your name? And I'm going to ask these basic things and see. And once I get to the end of that list and I've checked it off and I'm knowing for myself, I'm not going to be able to do anything with this one. I'm going to say, well, you got a 10 out of 10 on the questions that I asked you. Let me go ahead and see what we're going to do now and we'll get back with you. And I hightail it the heck up out of there because if not, you would have me in here for 3 days ranting, raving, and screaming about how you think I should get you out of this guardianship, and that's not within my authority. That's how the
Right.
game goes, and it's not. And I'm saying it in a not in a game way, but if you don't know this system and you don't know what's going on, or you're
Right.
trying to you're trying to be convinced of things that help your narrative, of course you're going to say, oh, he told me I was a 10 out of 10. Yeah, because
Exactly.
that's on a mini assessment. It's also flipping back through the rest of your medical records and seeing that you have a history of manipulation, that you've been in the hospital 10 times over the past couple of years for alcohol issues. Like, they get everything that they have, but then that's not the point of this particular appointment. I'm going to get us
Right.
through this appointment going with as far as I can. And then also there's
Exactly.
sometimes with clients as well, because she has a guardianship, it very well could be that they're like, look, I can't, like, whatever you tell her whatever you want to, but in this guardianship situation, this is what we're going to do. Right now, of course, that's unethical. They should not do that. But some doctors, if the legal has told them your only person you have to legally report to is the guardian, that's the only person they're going to make sure gets the most accurate information and gets the full assessment. Otherwise, for you, and I hate to say it, the same thing with like a person with, like I talked about with dementia, you can sit there and try to argue with them all day long and tell them that it's not 1963. You're just going to irritate them. So you don't do that. At some point,
Right.
you find a way to cut, break, and go tell a person who needs to know the information, the real information.
Right. That's what I was trying to tell my cousin, because he was thinking that my other cousin was, being uncooperative and acting aloof just for, just because, they wanted to be
Mm-hmm.
difficult and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no. And I was explaining to my daughter too, because she couldn't understand why, because we was in Central Florida, but
Mm-hmm.
why, when my cousin kept acting as if we were in Jacksonville by her house, and
Mm-hmm.
why I was
Mm-hmm.
agreeing with her, you
Mm-hmm.
know. My daughter
Mm-hmm.
like, thinking I'm
Yeah.
like, she looking at me like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, and then I explained it to her. I said, let me explain why I
Yeah.
was going with her. Because one, if I told her that, because she was having bouts of, crying and fits and all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and maybe if I would have told her that, we weren't in Jacksonville and so is
Mm-hmm.
the case, whatever, she would, got her upset, and then she has high blood pressure and all that type of stuff. So, you know.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to explain to my daughter that, but
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what I was saying. This is nothing but the game. When I saw the pieces of the puzzle, I was like, baby, this the game. This is
This
the
is it.
game. How? Yeah, because with standard, you have what, 24 hours. Some places 48 hours to
48 if you're
report
lucky.
somebody missing. Yeah, to
Mm-hmm.
report somebody missing. Say this if you want to get them to take that report within an hour. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's the same. It's the same game. I hate to call it a game, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, and that's
uh,
just us speaking from people who've been
yeah,
in it. It's not. It is an actual clinical research process. It's not perfect by any means, but it is a process that you go through. And for us that have been through it a million times with people who've
yep,
been difficult or not, or all these other things, and people don't understand the additional information that you need to take into consideration. Now, let's take it 2 steps further. If you got a perfect 10 out of 10, why are you still in the hospital today?
right,
Anybody
right,
gonna ask that question? You see what I'm saying? So if you have this perfect 10 out of 10 running, why are you, they asked her, if I was not mistaken, when she asked, where are you now? She's like, I'm still in the hospital.
right,
So why would she still be in the hospital? A person who was a perfect 10 out of 10. The only reason why they would hold you there, I mean, you can't, even insurance purposes and others, they don't have a reason to just hold you. We need
right.
beds in hospitals so much. They're not going to just keep you in there willy-nilly. There's a reason for that. So I want to know, why is she still there? There's clearly something there that they're either waiting to have fully assessed, or there
Right.
is another diagnosis and she's receiving treatment
That's what I was
for
just gonna
something
say. Yep,
else. That's the
yep.
only reason why. And so people need to keep that in mind as well. Charlemagne on the phone, like, yeah, she fine, she fine. Okay, why is she still in the
Because
hospital?
the 24
And
hour observation is over. 24-hour
it,
observation is
the
over.
mental health part, I
So
can promise you that
yeah,
mental health part of it was done in less than an hour and some change. As far
yeah,
as, you might have to wait a while till you get that hour with the doctor or the mental health person, but it's not going to
yep.
take more than 24 hours. The only other reason why, they're either trying to they're treating you for something else, or they're waiting for a bed at a different facility to open up. That's the only thing that's going to hold you there. And even then, that's going to come to a halt pretty soon. If you got, for instance, you got like maybe a 24-hour, 48-hour period of time of them waiting on that bed. After that, they're going to send you home even from that and say, all right, when the bed opens up, somebody can take you on up there to wherever that new bed is, unless your life is at risk. The other thing is, if you got such a 10 out of 10, your lawyer was there, the lawyer heard them say you was a 10 out of 10, the doctors are all saying you are perfectly competent, then where's the emergency injunction?
Ooh.
That's easy to get, because you're not going to tell me that a lawyer who has this great piece of paper from a independent doctor who came in the midnight hour to assess you and says this person is fully competent, has no reason to be there, and this is disturbing. And doctors are also mandated reporters. The doctors would have certain legal requirements to go forward to say what is going on here, right? And that judge is going to want to hear from that doctor and everything else. There would be an emergency injunction, would there not?
Yeah. Exactly.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that come through.
Yeah. But my thing is, my thing is, if you listen to that, who's that girl Gina? Is that that's not
that little
is she going to jail? Her and Charlamagne, they on the way to jail as accomplice, honey.
I think she works for an agency. She works for an agency, which I don't think she can be working too much for an agency, because they're not going to get on that phone with them radio stations. They're just not. We cannot share that kind of information.
Yeah, listen. That girl said she called. Called. She telling. What she said? She called 911. Said that she's being held.
Yeah.
That is. Let me tell you something. I'm being held. Against their will.
Thank you. That's false imprisonment.
Exactly. That will get somebody knocking on your door. Okay, on the legal side, that yes, I don't care if they 19 or 17 or whatever, they'll get somebody knocking on your door, and if you in one of them facilities or whatever, that's another way to get somebody knocking on your damn door. So that's what I'm saying. That's just the game, you know.
Those are code words. They know that these are certain buzzwords that the law has to do certain things. You got to respond to certain things with certain things. You can't, like, for instance, that's why I say with clients that I've had, they know if you say, I'm going to unalive myself, I'm going to hurt myself in certain way, I'm going to unalive my cousin when I get home, whatever the case may be, the law doesn't have a choice. The same way that they do sometimes with domestic violence, depending upon your state. In Virginia, somebody's going in for the night. I don't know who it's going to be. It might be you. It might be me. It might be somebody, else in this house. But if they show up for a domestic violence situation, someone has to go in for the night. That's just the way the law is set up. So it's the same sort of situation with mental health. There's certain buzzwords, certain things that transpire that you don't have the choice. It's no longer in their hands.
Exactly. Listen. You have to do, because failure to act is worse.
Yep.
And you come out better going and knocking on the door, following protocol. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was saying when I heard Mr. Savage say, he kept reporting, and all of a sudden, when he started, when he led up to the time when someone actually went and did something, I was like, yep, those are the steps. It's almost like somebody in the office gave you the paper and say this, write this, and somebody will act on your behalf, right? Somebody would, So I was like, So
same way that was with clients, whether I was working with a child or adolescent and their parent was on the phone with me, or if I was working with an adult and they had, dementia or mental health issues or whatever, and they're telling me, oh, she's over here, she's carrying on, I don't know what to do, whatever, and they're telling me what's going on, and I would tell them, especially if I can't get over there, right? Or if it's not an appropriate, time for me or whatever like that, I'll say, okay, well, you need to call 911 and you need to let them know, this is what you need to tell them that just happened. And then because I know for a fact, I'm not coming over there tonight at 2:00 in the morning, but I know who will, if you're saying what's going on is going on, and they're going to have to take certain action. And they're have been many. I cannot tell people the number of times I have had some clients where we have had to call and go to the hospital every day that week. Might go every day for 2 weeks.
Oh,
And then
wow.
finally on that last time, they said X, Y, and Z, or now they have enough of a disruption, or they have some sort of evidence that they can go off of to get them the help that they actually need.
Yeah.
It's just the
Yeah.
way the system is set up because it has
Exactly.
safeguards in place.
Yep. Exactly. And it's crazy that people that truly need emergency services in either area, whether it be law
Mm-hmm.
or in the mental health area, have to go to that extent. You understand what I'm saying? It's really ridiculous. That's why I say, that's why I be getting pissed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
no, you understand what I'm saying? Because
Yep.
the delay in acting is just ridiculous
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. Somebody, to do something, or like
Mm-hmm.
vet things of that nature. It's
Yep.
ridiculous how those the length of time those people have to wait for mental health services or just services, with regards to their health.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
being you can only go to military related facilities to be seen and all this stuff. It's ridiculous. I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. Some of them,
uh,
I mean, I know in Virginia, uh, we had a state senator. He was a congressman. I'm going to say congressman. I'm pretty sure he was a senator, or he might have been a House of Representative. I can't remember exactly, but I do distinctly remember that he had a son who had some pretty significant. His name is Creigh, Creigh, Deeds, Deeds. If anybody wants to look it up, and here he had a son who had mental health issues. Ongoing mental health issues. They had to call the cops multiple times because he would get agitated and he would, harm something or hit something in the house or whatever the case may be. Something transpired. He was having another episode and something transpired. They called the cops and said he's not well. They took him to the hospital. They did not have sufficient beds. And because of that, they released him. He then ended up hurting uh, in it his own existence as well as other people's. And after that, the law was passed here to keep that from happening, right? And it's happened many other times to people throughout the country where these people or these families are saying, please help me some sort of way, like do something. I'm telling you they're not well. And the doctors are kind of looking at it, or social workers or whoever, going, I wish there was something else we could do, but the law doesn't have anything else that we can do in this particular circumstance. All I can tell you is that if it keeps happening or something else goes on tonight, come on back, right? It is a dicey system, um, but at the same time, I will say it has saved lives in situations like Wendy's, where you have somebody who's just so instilled, even though they might be sober, you can be physically sober and still be actively in the throes of addiction. And I can't help but worry that that's what we're dealing with here. She's sober, but she's not well mentally, but she is still very much doing whatever she can to get access to the things that she wants to get access to. And I don't think any of those things are meant for her good.
right. As I was sitting here, I was trying to figure out because I didn't know if it was Trump or Obama that created that veterans choice, or the improvement where the veterans can go
Mm-hmm.
to get immediate care. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
real quick
I
on
thought it
this
was
fact check.
Obama. I thought it was under
Yeah,
Obama.
I
Just
know, but I
just kind
know.
of the year that it came through. I think it was. I think it was back then with him, but it might have
Because
been even a little bit before that.
it says the president knows what he was talking about, even if the AP doesn't. In 2018, President Trump signed into the law the Mission Act, which gave VA the
Okay,
ability
good.
to implement the best practices that we've learned in our nearly 75 years of experience offering community care. But hold on, but it gets to Obama too. It says he wasn't referring to the Veterans Choice Act, which
Oh,
became law under the Obama
I thought
administration
so.
and created, a narrow temporary choice program, which wasn't seen by anyone as a final answer. Either the through negligent or willful ignorance. The AP quoted the president as referring to VA choice with a capital C as if he meant Obama era bill, but he was
Oh
referring to the concept of choice as defined in the Mission Act. So that just means I got to go do some more digging. But either way, one of them put it in place, or
no,
maybe both
it was
was working.
Obama. It was Obama. You know how I don't mean to harm. You know how the other guy he likes to mangle words all together, and
Really?
he
Okay.
don't, he don't know. And I'm
Well,
about to
yeah,
say if he
I
did
got
put
to
it
make
into place,
sure.
he's trying to snatch it back now. So
Exactly. Okay, because he the only fool that criticizes a bill that he signed in the act of the USMCA, the trade agreement with
yeah,
Mexico.
he negotiated the agreement with Canada and Mexico, and now he's saying they're getting over on us. They're taking all this money. Oh my gosh, this is such a bad deal. You signed it. You
You
negotiated
signed
it.
it. Talking about who would you talking about who would sign a deal like that? You like what are we
Yeah,
doing here?
yeah.
Oh, I
I
get so
ain't gonna.
mad.
I can't with him. But it was
I can't.
Obama that did it. Because again, we had people who were coming back, and I mean, talking about severe PTSD and different sorts of things, they would
Right.
sometimes be
A
in a
lot
state of
going on.
agitation, and people try to come and say, "Look, help them before it gets to that point." Because I know that's how it would be for
Uh-huh.
me and my family. We want to intervene before it gets bad, because we know when it's bad,
Exactly.
it's all out of control. And so sometimes, unfortunately, they don't rise to the level that you can intervene legally. You have to keep waiting until it gets worse, and then they next day they go from agitation to now they just bust up a hole in the wall. And then you go, okay, let's go and try it again, and you try to get them in there, and that doesn't do it. But I've had times where literally every single day, to the point that we on a first name basis with the police. The EMS comes in there and they know you by first name, and they're like, "Come on, you gonna go to the hospital with us today? All right, but don't fight us this time. Don't do that," because they know exactly what they're dealing with. It
Exactly.
happens extremely often, and I feel like that's what's happening here. And I didn't mean to cut it off before. If I don't know how much more is left of it, but right there, just
That's
these
it.
first minutes that you've played, it's just
Yeah.
overwhelming to me, and it is so sad as well that I feel like the public knows so little about mental health and knows so little about mental health resources and has such a poor understanding of it that for them it just seems yeah, just a simple, it's not that big of a deal. Just take her out of it. Just do this, just do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she went to the doctor. Perfect. But if you don't know enough about emergency crisis mental health and things like that, you can really be led astray, or the natural manipulative nature of certain mental health conditions. And we're seeing it right now. And it's part of why I even come up here, that I don't care if it's only one person. I just hope that somebody can hear and understand that
Yeah.
these things are bigger, or when they're listening to people or talking to people or even engaging with their own families, that sometimes they will be able to hear it and hear a little bit of something different, or hear it from what could be going on and save somebody's life. Because I worry
Right.
that she won't make it. I don't think she, in her mental health condition, I don't think she would make it very, very long at all if she got out and
Uh-uh.
continued to drink
Uh-uh.
and use drugs. I don't.
Exactly.
And that's
Yeah.
very
Because
scary for me. And I love Wendy.
yeah. Because here's the thing. Unfortunately, which it sounds simple enough, but unfortunately, it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Both issues have to be treated: the mental health as
Mm-hmm.
well as addiction, and
Yes.
and that sometimes falls by the wayside. Because I've had to send it back,
Mm-hmm.
like, hey, this
Yep.
person,
Mm-hmm.
something else going on. I'm gonna need y'all to check this out. Something else going on. I can tell you what I
Yep.
think it is,
Yep.
but that's when it leaves me and then it comes back. But yeah. And so for you understand, because sometimes
Yeah.
they just think that you know this person just need to stop drinking, whatever, not knowing or not realizing that the substance abuse has caused
Mm-hmm.
some type of mental health issue that has affected the cognitive um area.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You
And the
understand what I'm
days
saying?
that she has now, I will say as well, even for her friends and stuff like that. And again, I'm saying this not just as a clinician, but as a person who has lost someone in a very similar set of circumstances to this, is that you also have to realize, even though you're talking to the same person, and there are still pieces of them, large pieces of them that you still connect with and you remember and that sort of stuff. This is not the same person. This is someone who has now permanent brain deterioration, right? There are certain things about them that will always be a little bit different, right? And whether that's some people, depending upon the parts of the brain that are damaged, it could be personality. Some people, it can be decision making ability. Some people, it can be speech. Some people, it can be, it just depends on the part of the brain that is damaged, memory, recall, different sorts of stuff. It can be that you do also have to recognize that you're not dealing with the same person that you once were. And you can still care for them and love them, but you also have to accept that that's not there are things about Wendy that's different, and it's not coming back.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
people are also, some of it is the American greed side of it that I'll try not to get caught up on. But I think it's also people are that in this day and time, especially media wise, if she got out of that conservatorship within 15 minutes, she would have millions of dollars
Exactly.
waved at her to get that law
Exploitation.
interview.
Exploitation.
Exactly.
She,
And to do more documentaries and different things. And then, God forbid, a couple months down the road, a year or two down the road, when things are now again declining, or she's sitting on somebody's couch and now people are going, Wendy Williams erratic interview with whoever
yeah.
people suspect she's drunk,
Mhm.
and you all help to make that happen.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, oh my
I don't
gosh.
want to be a part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and and I mean, she is. When I tell you, she has managed to manipulate some folks. She had
Mm-hmm.
me at the beginning. When it first, I like, wait a minute,
Mm-hmm.
hold on, hold on,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm thinking on the personal side, but I'm like, oh no, when did they got you?
Mm-hmm.
They doing this to you? But then I'm like, hold on, let me listen. Let me go back
No.
out and listen with a
Mm-hmm.
different ear. I'm like, oh, I hear it. I hear it. No, baby,
Mm-hmm.
they got you right where you need to
Right
be,
where
honey.
you need to be.
Yeah, they're they can't. And I'm not now. You have to. It has to be a well thought out plan for deception. If
Mm-hmm.
someone is going to hold you somewhere in some mental facility, well, not a
Mm-hmm.
mental facility, but wherever they got you at, with those type of restrictions and so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth, right? You
Yep.
have to ask yourself, why would they want to do that to Wendy Williams?
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan here, right? That's
Yeah.
when that's why I can't stand conspiracy theorists and all those type of that type of
Yep.
crap. I don't like all of that. So
Yeah.
you have to ask yourself, why would they be, what's the benefit to
Mm-hmm.
them and to everybody else that would need to be involved in order for that conspiracy to take place? Well, I mean, what everybody, you got this person doing this, you got that person, this person, whatever. Okay, well, what is everybody going to get out of whatever? And that's how sometimes you have to talk to conspiracy theorists to make them try to see that what they're saying makes no sense, and that it requires a whole hell of a lot of people to pull this off. Everybody got to be in on it.
Yep.
Everybody, even the judge, everybody. Now, you mean to tell me along the way, not one person is going to raise the flag? Not one person going to say, I don't want to be involved in nothing like that. Come on.
Yep.
Like. So, but also, I found it. So, Obama started it and Trump expanded it, but he wants to take full credit of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you know what? I'm so scarred by Obamacare, and I am. I'm sorry to. Anytime I see anything about healthcare, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, Obama messed it up. Obama messed, and Obama is my boy, whatever. But when we get on healthcare, all I
Mm-hmm.
remember is something changed. It was a
Yeah.
lot changed. I don't know what we were just looking at each other like, oh hell no, hold on,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, Obama. So that's why I was like, when it comes to healthcare and whatever, and I know that time frame or whatever, because that's when I was really dealing with a lot of veterans, because I had them coming through my charity, and I had them just dealing with my little side work that I'd be doing on the side with outside behavioral services and stuff like that. And I was like, I was getting a lot of, veterans and the waiting times. And I know, and you just stay constantly on the phone trying to get them in and get them, and you just can't get nowhere. And so when I had heard, because I had moved, I wasn't doing that much anymore. I think I had moved on to, I don't know, maybe seniors or something like that. When I heard that now veterans was getting in and they had a choice to go different places, whatever, I was, that was a relief, because a lot of those veterans came with what, mental health issues.
Yeah.
So
That we created, that they would not have otherwise had if they did not have to go out and do horrible things, on our behalf or for other countries. And so they should absolutely be treated. I mean, that's just in any job. If you go on that job, whether it's physical, mental, or what have you, and you end up with an injury, that job is supposed to compensate certain things. That's what workers' compensation is for, and all types of things. And veterans should certainly be protected from anything that happens as a result of what they're doing. Hey, DV.
Yeah, DV. I'll say she's stable, but let me play the rest of it.
Yeah,
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, correct. 10 questions asked, 10 questions correct. Answer correctly.
I mean, they asked me simple things like who's the president? You know what I'm saying? What's my birthday? Anyway, yeah.
What you tell them the president was, Wendy?
Did I not say what it was?
Exactly right. I told you it was an A&O question.
Oh my gosh, because they're trying to make sure, can she orient to space, time, and location? These are basic competency questions.
Exactly.
It's the bare minimum. The bare minimum. There are people that Angie would very much still put on Geodone who can answer those questions. Come on now.
Oh, you need Geodone. I got you. You need Geodone.
You give them all Geodone, and they know the president, the time of the birthday, and all of that. All right, you can go ahead. I'm just being silly.
Girl, yeah, but that's crazy. And I was like, now I know those questions are a part of, it's a small part of some of the bigger, assessments and whatever. So I was like, so I was trying to be, I said, but baby, them sound like them A&O questions, baby. They them orientation questions that's just a paramedic asked you. Okay.
Right.
So I'm like, so I don't know when if you should be out here peddling that information, trying to, get us all, happy, because some people don't know that it's more to that than what you're talking about. You're just talking about some general, very, very basic stuff,
So basic.
Exactly. I mean, very basic, and that doesn't sound like you had. But I was like,
where's this full competency exam that you was talking about earlier? You said you had a full competency, 10 questions base, and then they start saying the same stuff that I hadn't even heard them saying, because I know this field, I know the work, that they asked me very basic questions. They asked me 10 questions. And I told you, I said the number of questions they ask you can ask on two hands, and it's very simple stuff. Do you know? Are you clear on where you are? Do you know where you are? All right.
Yeah, who's the president? What's your name? Well, yeah,
What's your do you know why you're here?
Exactly. Baby, she getting us, honey. She got us all, baby. She gonna have accomplices going to jail. She got the police department. They gonna be implicated in it because they escorting her, to the truck. It's a Wendy guy. I mean, she in the damn window like she trapped in the closet, Bobby doll. It's a lot going on. Wendy got us on.
Yeah, slipping that note out of that window was the coup de grace for me.
And then stare up in the. I mean, she got the whole. Did she take acting classes? Because she got the whole thing down pat, honey. Baby,
It's
she
that
got that,
manipulation though. But what's so
that
sad about it though,
manipulation, honey. Oh
and
my
what I
God.
worry about, I always tend to worry about the people. An addict always has to have some sort of enabler, especially once you've
Yep.
removed all of the access that they would have on their own. So her freedom is lost. So now she has to have some sort of enabler who will help her facilitate wittingly or unwittingly, right? So
Yep.
you have some people. My friend, he had a person that he met in rehab that he was telling everybody, oh, this is my close friend. She's like a mother to me, whatever. Well, guess what? He would get her to come over and say, oh, I'm meeting the person that I met in the rehab. So of course, most people would look at it and go, oh, that's good. He's still connected. He's trying to stay clean. Come to find out, she won't clean it. He won't either. She was sneaking in what she could sneak, and he was sneaking her what she could, the same thing. And the long term issue that comes with this is that these people who think they are helping her, if she does get released from this and she gets in a serious mental health, situation or worse, they will be devastated because they will feel so responsible and that they've been manipulated into this. They don't know.
Right.
She
I
knows.
sure do. I have a whole bunch of accomplices because the girl said she worked. Well, what she said, what the girl Gina said, she worked in some type of agency.
Some type of
Yeah,
agency.
but
It may be some LLC she can put together on her own. I need to look that up.
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought about too. But she sounded official. But you know what? And I have a whole bunch of enablers too. When I'm at the hospital, whatever. Let me tell you something. They come in there with that pepper only on that tray with that nasty ass food. Okay,
See?
I have healthcare. I have hospital directors, healthcare people that's over well care, all that type of stuff. A big wig at the insurance company, all smuggling me food and shit.
See?
Salt
And
and pepper.
they need to put you under restriction next time. I was trying to put somebody at the door, please, so they cannot come in.
Listen here. I have. I done told them buy me a salt and pepper shaker. I have Saison, all kinds of shit, honey.
God.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not playing around. You come around with that pepper on my tray only. Okay, pepper only. I'm like, what a salt? What a salt? I can't do it.
They're gonna put you.
I can't. Exactly.
Paperwork.
Girl, okay, they're gonna listen here. I mean, I can't be like with falls and stuff like that. Look here, I don't even go in there and tell you're not putting that thing on my door, and I can't go to the restroom without assistance. I'm not doing none of that. No. And then even if my daughter, she'll be so honest all the damn time. She'll be like, something if she answer the questions or whatever, I'll wake up and now I got the fall thing on my damn thing, whatever. But know what I do? I know how to maneuver. And sometimes it catch me if that bed will go off when I get my ass up. But I have to use the restroom. I don't have time to wait until you come on around or whatever. I got to pee now, honey. I got to go. Like, baby, I don't do right. I don't. I've been people so glad that I take my ass up out there.
Y'all see what kind of stuff I'm talking about? This is the type of people you have to watch out for.
Listen, you are not you. If you think that you're gonna bring me some and the food, the hospital I go to, the food be good and whatever. But baby, I'm just gonna need me a little bit of season. That's it. I don't overdo it or whatever. I need me a little bit of seasoning, and baby, I showing up and have it. I'm looking out. And my daughter, she imitated me the other day. She told my mom, you be talking about. She told me, ain't there's an Applebee's, ain't there's an Applebee's on the way or something. Can you bring me this, whatever, baby? The only thing I don't mess around with now is when they tell me, because they had to sit down and explain to me what aspiration is, right? about when they say don't eat after a certain time or don't eat whatever. I don't do that no more. Because before, baby, I was going on to sleep they were doing the scope, and I guess when they got down there, they saw a whole bunch of groceries and whatever down there. My stomach, because listen, they had to explain to me what aspiration was, right? Because I
Yeah,
didn't know that you can
very
you know
dangerous. Yeah,
throw up or something,
yeah,
whatever it is, or whatever. I like, oh hell no, y'all done scared the hell out of me. So if they
yeah,
tell me don't eat for a whole week, baby, I won't eat. They ain't never told me nothing
yeah.
like that. But I'm just saying, I don't play around like that no more. But I didn't understand the danger. I was just like, well, shit. I mean, well, y'all done gave me that stuff that you done made me use the restroom all day and all night. Hell, I'm hungry. So what's a little, a
No,
little, I'm hungry. I'm depleted. I'm hungry.
you see what
You
I'm
done
saying?
got everything out. I'm thinking I know more than the doctor. They were like, nah, let me explain to you. But the nurse had to, let me explain to you what this is. I'm like, well, let me tell the truth. I done had something to eat, ma'am. So,
And then
yeah,
they got to make you start all over.
I'm awful. I am terrible, baby. Yeah, I am terrible. Listen, you ain't gonna starve the hell out of me. Let me play the little rest of it.
Please. A friend of mine. a friend of mine. Who was on the show and also beyond.
I have a question for you guys too. So there are reports that this exam that you did can't be used in moving forward to prove the like that you're not incapacitated. Can you clear that up or like explain? Like I don't know if I missed that part. Like how this will be used.
That's actually false. That's a medical exam done by an independent doctor by a very well-known hospital. You can use that for the court.
So
I don't know who said that.
What's the next steps, Gina and Wendy? Tell the people what's
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Of course.
The Guardian, my lawyer was going to come to the hospital to see me, right? Mm-hmm. And the Guardian, from what I understand, gave my lawyer the wrong address.
Oh, wow.
So it just so happens that I know what hospital I'm in. So when I was talking to my lawyer, she said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes." "Why do you say that?" And
because everybody thinks you're incapacitated, so they don't think they know where you at. Correct. They don't think they know where
you know what I'm saying? Trying to keep me hiding so that they can keep it so that everybody thinks. Yeah.
You gonna be on the? Are you really gonna call into the View this Friday?
Excuse. Gina,
Yes,
can you talk, please?
We are calling in and having a talk with the wonderful ladies on the View.
What time is that gonna be? I don't want Wendy calling nobody before 7 a.m.
Oh my gosh, okay. It comes on at 11 a.m. The View. My friend, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar. Listen, I've been to The View several times in life. See? It's nice. I enjoy The View.
Because Wendy just woke up, by the way. I just want y'all to know that, okay?
Wow.
She ain't even brush her teeth yet.
They also said in Vanity Fair that the only way that you're able to talk in these interviews is because it's scripted, but you didn't know any of the stuff that we were asking you today. So
Well, you know what? Do you want to know what? My guardian person says that I don't know how to talk, that everything's scripted, which is true. You know what? The same person who says I'm incapacitated, which I am not. Excuse me. These are the same people who say, if you say something too much, then I am too scripted or whatever. It's like saying whatever. Like who doesn't say whatever? I'm sorry. I say whatever.
It's all.
What do you say?
I call it like an all Jedi mind game.
Right.
She really just wanted the world to believe that Wendy was incapacitated. She had her locked up.
Yeah.
She gave her a phone where she can't receive calls. And her big mistake was that she didn't realize who Wendy Williams was.
That's right.
And she has a platform like Breakfast Club. And she's very well connected. And there are people who will back her up.
And I have to tell you something. Whenever I'm on the radio and I'm talking with you, Charlemagne, whenever I'm talking with you, DJ Envy, whenever I'm talking with you, Lauren, whenever I'm talking with you, Rosanna Scotto, Harvey Levin. I mean, just my life is so benevolent talking to you people. Really,
those are all our folks. Yesterday everybody was like, "Yeah, they can't wait to see Wendy back on TV." Blah blah blah. I mean, Wendy does have plans once she gets out, but we'll talk about all that stuff at another date.
And how long were you at the hospital? How long was she at the hospital, Gina and Wendy? And is she back at the facility, or is she still at the hospital?
No. I'm still at the hospital.
Okay.
I'm waiting for my lawyer. Who will be here. Also, there's some things that I cannot talk about regarding the hospital. Gina, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't tell nobody where you at.
No, we're not going to tell nobody that.
No. I mean, at this point, everybody's just trying to figure out what's going to happen, whether she's going to go back to the luxury prison.
Can I tell you something, though? Here at the hospital, believe it or not, I've met so many beautiful people. You know what I'm saying? We talk about this and we talk about that. And yes, they know who I am. And believe it or not, yes, they listen to you on radio. I mean, it's really kind of amazing. You know what I'm saying? That those people who saw that 4-part dump regarding the lifetime Element lawsuit, the people who saw that 4-part thing, when they look at me here at the hospital, they're like, "Wendy, it's so nice to actually see you. You are so this and so that." And I'm talking about gorgeous stuff, in terms of the way we're talking to each other. You know what I'm saying?
When I was on the phone with you yesterday, you was kicking mad people out your room. That's all I kept hearing you do. You kept telling me to get the hell out your room. And that's what I said, but that's definitely Wendy.
Listen, I get my lawyer and the beautiful people at the hospital, they brought me Chipotle. Do you like Chipotle?
Love it.
We love Chipotle.
What you get in a bowl?
Let me tell you something. Simple things like at the coterie on that floor, you know what I'm saying? And there's nothing like, oh my gosh, I would love steak. Medium well done. I would love.
You forever a big back.
Corn on the top. Ooh. Like, come on, my mouth is watering.
Well, hopefully you'll be home soon and we can get you all of that good stuff. Wendy, another thing people say, you don't say how you doing enough for people no more.
Well, how you doing? Am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
Is that too as the anyway? Gina,
wasn't talking about that. How you doing, Wendy?
Gina, there's a lot of talking that me and Charlene do. Continue to finish talking, and then people might start coming in.
All right. Well, listen. Just wrap it up, Gina. Tell them, maybe give us some next steps. Tell people what they can continue to do. Get to the finish line.
Continue supporting Wendy. Continue just #free Wendy. We're hoping we can kind of find an alternative plan instead of going back to the luxury prison. I know Wendy wants to give a big shout out to NYPD, who came in and just stood their ground and made sure that Wendy was able to walk out of that building.
And shout out to all the New York police people. Please, thank you.
We love you, Wendy.
Wait, real quick, Gina.
Thank you very much. I love you all too.
Lauren, what's the timeline on this? Like the investigation and stuff. Like when how does that work? Because I know there's two now, right?
Investigation?
There's one by APS, Adult Protective Services, and one by NYPD. So like in the next couple
Adult
days.
Protective Services. The case is still open. I have the direct line to the worker that will be handling the case. There's a couple of options I put out for APS. How they should come in here and even come into the court and make a recommendation that the guardian should be removed, that Wendy should be in a less restricted environment. Adult Protective Services does have that power, and I'm urging them that they immediately use that power.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right, Gina. All right, Wendy.
Wendy Williams, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, peace.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
But she even missed her cue. Charlamagne wasn't talking about like how you doing. She was talking about how you doing. He was talking about that. She even missed her cue. Oh wow. Honey. And you already heard the exploitation already being, set up as we listen. Charlamagne already talking about, or many things that she's going to be doing. Like they really believe that this woman is operating at full capacity. That is crazy to me. I mean, you can hear something. You can hear something, even if your ear isn't trained to to listen for certain things. You can hear something. I mean, you might not be evaluating the pattern and all of that, and understanding her baseline and all of that as most speakers. You may not understand that, but you should be able to hear that is something, that's
Off.
quite right. Go ahead.
There's something off.
Yeah, that's something off. You heard her. She missed her
It's
kid.
the echo.
About how he wanted her to say how you doing. You remember how she says
Yeah,
that?
she barely could do it.
Yeah, and she's talking about she said, "Am I allowed to say how you doing?" She was saying it like regular. I'm like, oh my gosh, she missed her cue.
Mm-hmm.
She should have known that he's talking about to say it the way
Yes.
yeah, how you doing? How would she do say that shit? But
Yeah.
yeah, but did you hear Charlamagne already is talking about the exploitation part that you were speaking of? He was like, yeah, when about all the things that she going to be doing, but we'll talk about that later and all of that type of
Yeah.
stuff. Because Charlamagne is into producing and development and things like that now. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. And that Gina girl or whatever, she ain't worth a shit.
No,
Talking
I
about that
want to. Can we go back to and hear where she's from? Because we need to Google and schmoogle
yeah,
where
no.
what she came
Thinking the
from, what
same
this
thing.
agency is.
I was thinking the same thing. She ain't worth a shit. Hold on.
Yeah, we are the Breakfast Club, and we got some special guests on the line this morning. We have Wendy Williams and Gina. Hi. Hey, good morning. How you feeling, Wendy? How you feeling, Gina?
Good morning. We're doing well.
Gina.
Hi.
Well, good morning, Wendy. I want to tell people who Gina is because Gina's name came up yesterday in one of the TMZ articles. Gina is the president of Connect Care Advisory Group, and Gina
All
has
right,
been.
and I'm looking it up right now. That's all I needed, and I'm looking it up. Connect Care. I want to see.
What up, Smarter? Yes, honey. Advisory group. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go to the About Us. I'll read off
Yep.
what they have.
That's where you have to go.
So Connect Care Advisory Group. I can tell you right now. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it can be a legitimate, but we should just look at the holistic. I'm on their About Us page. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And at the top, it says obtaining medical care and Medicaid eligibility is a complex and often confusing process, but it doesn't have to be. After 25 years of assisting our clients throughout each of their unique healthcare journeys, we at the Connect Care Advisory Group have developed a certain sense of pride in our abilities. We boldly face the challenge each and every day to put ourselves in our clients' shoes, to ascertain their needs, and to quickly develop a plan that will successfully obtain Medicare and Medicaid eligibility. And that is in bold print. This benefits our clients and their families immensely in both saving on legal expenses and removing the daily threat of immense, unfeasible, and unsustainable healthcare bills. And then they go through, they have a why us, and they said that they're very well connected. It said we have nearly 25 years of experience in the field managing operations and consulting for some of the most reputable nursing homes, medical facilities in the tri-state area. The unique insight that this gives us is part of what allows us to keep achieving these successful outcomes for our clients. Strong leadership. Our values and experience are defined by our founder and president, Gina Lisa Montesero.
Oh, Lord, that's her.
There she is.
That's her whole thing.
Who originally began the company to represent the interests of families in intimidating and a baffling world of Medicare and Medicaid. Gina Lisa and the others grew tired of hearing the same discussion of helplessness coming from family members. Advocacy. The system is not designed for sick. In other words, if you are devoting all of your power to healing or caretaking, then the challenging and obtaining benefits can be nothing short of a Herculean task. You need a true advocate, someone who knows the system well, who has every inclination to speak up for you. We have been the partner for hundreds of clients like you. Let our seasoned experts smooth the path for you and your loved ones so that you can focus on what really matters. We believe in what we do and embrace the challenge. And then they're showing that exactly what happened. So it says our
So,
story. Um, it
and
looks
wait,
like
before you
her.
go back, so in other words, because I'm going to see if this is right. So, in other words, is she one of those type of people who will secure like Medicare and Medicaid?
Yeah,
If you have if somebody is taking, if you have like a family member whatever that's taking care of you or whatever, then she can get them people Medicare and Medicaid certified or something like that.
that well, what she's just trying to do is make sure that they can get through the system and get qualified essentially. Because sometimes you can't qualify because you still have your home in your name, or you can't qualify because there's this one little element that you don't meet, and they'll make sure. So pretty much it's just an advocacy group that'll help you navigate the Medicare and Medicaid process. And she says that she started it because when her daughter was she has a daughter with Down syndrome, and it
Mm.
says the hospital provided me with no services or guidance on raising our daughter with Down syndrome. I was angry and alone, but I fought the system to make sure that Tara was enrolled in all the right schools and provided the right care she needed. Now I help families and patients navigate through the complex government bureaucracy. And I'm now
Penny,
trying to look through. I would like to see her mental health. I want to see her credentials as well. So I'm trying to read through that very quickly to see if I
that
can
sounds
find it.
like one of them agencies that get that have people who provides like provide well, not home health care, let me say it like that, home health care or something like that. And she probably does assist people with the application, but I
Yeah,
mean the application for those things isn't that complex or whatever. I
yeah.
mean, I
They
mean,
do
after you don't
deny. I think
qualify.
what she's talking about as well, though. They are very prone to denying benefits, contrary to
Maybe
what.
extended benefits. Maybe like if
Uh-huh.
you need something that
This is somebody
goes,
who needs something long
yeah,
term.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so like
Right.
she started it with her daughter who clearly probably she wanted her to have additional services in school or additional care at the
Right.
hospital. And they may say,
Okay.
oh well, she can get an aid 3 days a week. And she's like, no, she needs 5 days a week. Those
Yeah.
sorts of
Okay.
debates happen
Those type of benefits. Okay.
all the time, which also makes a little bit of sense as to how she slithered her way in. And I say that not in saying that she's sneaky,
Right.
but I would say that's how she would be able to get her way in here for this, because she tends to be that type of person. And I'm sure she has helped many people to navigate the system or get additional support or what have you. I'm still, however, this, with all due respect, though, seems to also be out of her depths,
Yeah.
if you will,
Yeah.
because these are two different types of things. So I'm trying to see, and I still,
If she has some kind of, no, it just seems like a person who started a business out of what
yes.
she perceived as a need, right? Now, just someone that don't really have the professional experience,
Oh,
just
okay.
have a personal experience.
This is another thing I found about her. So I'm on her. I'm getting to the bottom of it. I ain't gonna say where I am, but people can find it on their own, because I don't want to seem like we doxing or nothing like that either. Now I don't do that. But that was
Yeah,
also
right.
public information. So she also has in another location I see, she's the founder of the Medicaid Advisory Group. So that's what it was originally named, and now she's
Mm.
got a new one. She's done this 3 different times. Same sort of organizations. Medicaid Advisory Group is a consulting company who assists elders and family care givers in preserving their legacy in order
I
to
told you,
listen.
caregivers. I
In
knew it.
order to retain home care services, assisted living services, nursing
Hmm.
home services through entitled Medicaid benefits. She launched it, so on and so forth. So that's more of the same. But now I'm continuing to look, and I am unable to see any degrees. Not that that's everything.
Right. But if
You
she's
know,
gonna say the test that can be taken to court, she's gonna
yeah.
have to qualify that answer.
You would have to have a certain knowledge level. And I'm sure again, I do love the type of work that she does.
Right.
And I love, and I do
Advocacy.
think there's a need, but I do wonder, or I cannot help but be very interested in how knowledgeable is she truly, or did she end up getting in on this? And then of course she's working in her capacity as and Wendy maybe taking her on a bit of a ride also. Some of this
Mm-hmm.
stuff is within her knowledge base, but it also is just her. It seems like just going off of I've
She's out
navigated
of
before.
yeah.
I don't want to bad the woman, bad mouth the woman.
Right, but I'm just thinking, knowing because knowing what type of services she is prone to provide, I think this is definitely not in her wheelhouse. This this
That's not
type
a
of
person. No, she's out of her depth.
she is exactly because I don't think, and I'm not sure, but I don't think Wendy is going to qualify for Medicare or Medicaid. That's what I'm just thinking.
Well, and obviously she doesn't, right? She would not qualify. I mean, with all due respect, anybody with a guardianship in her circumstance where there's,
Right,
a
money to
substantial
guard.
amount of money, you're not going to qualify for that. You still have to navigate the system. And essentially, I think
Yeah.
what she did is she jumped in from a place of, well, it should be even easier for her because she doesn't even have to deal with the Medicare and the bureaucracy and that sort of stuff. But I know it, and she does. It seems like she would be knowledgeable of assisted living and different sorts of stuff. And here's the thing: think about it. She probably, or over the years, she might have dealt with other clients that were in that same facility for different reasons that she has had to advocate for. And then she's been able to have connections. And so she's taking some of that experience and applying it here. But Wendy's in a very different set of circumstances with a very different team, if you will, of people around her that need to be. Again, I would think that this would be someone who's outside of their depths, but I think also has very good intentions of, elderly people. Sometimes people will infantilize them, right, and treat them as if they don't have any control. They don't have, all of their autonomy is gone, and they're just doing stuff on their behalf. I don't think that's the right thing to do. At the same time, I think that sometimes people can put people at risk for harm because you're just saying everybody who, no matter what, you should be on the free and clear, and it doesn't seem like this is that would be appropriate for her. I also will say, we were talking about people being able to at times capitalize a bit on what we have here. But what does this do for her? The same exact thing that it did for me and you. We're not even invested in it. What did we do? What's the name of that organization? Let me go and check it out. And so she'll have people who come to her website or that she can be a part of. I freed Wendy Williams. I helped free Wendy Williams, kind of stuff. And that is, there are marketing things that benefit her and her company, and her organization, or even just her name being out there. It will
Right. And that gives her another lane because it seems like she pretty much have concentrated in the Medicare, Medicaid dependent type of, structure. Now she gets to add someone like Wendy Williams. I mean, you haven't read anything on her page that suggests that she have helped anyone that have independent resources, that's not dependent upon anything. So I know that goddamn Gino. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think Gina, really,
They all going to jail.
yeah, and I think she's just involved in. Wait, that's weird.
Yeah, poor Wendy.
If you look at it, okay, yeah. This I think is certainly giving me all the vibes of, a general a general company. You know, people can refer. The page, first of all, is riddled with grammatical errors that I see right away. There
So
is a
let me
blog.
say it another way. This some nigga shit. When did
I
I
don't want to use that terminology, but
this some
essentially,
ah, baby. I knew the game. Call 911.
well, down at the, just certain things. I think, and again, do I think that there are everyday people? My mom, for instance, has done that for so many family members and friends of helping them.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing, right? The game exists, and it's not always a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. This is not always a bad thing. However, in Wendy's particular circumstance, for what she has going on, it can be very dangerous because you can be assisting someone to their, to their demise, right? And we don't want to see that because what they're not understanding is that the Wendy that we hear today, right? She looks a lot different and sounds a lot different than what we saw on that goddamn documentary, right? That documentary was like terrifying, right? Not the one where she's doing have the ones that she's done within recent months. I'm talking about that one. Was it Lifetime or Andy somebody, whatever it was, where we saw little Kevin, his ass. And it was alarming. Eyes, bugged out. We didn't know what the hell was going on. People was finding bottles. I'm still scarred that she had them people outside the little weed joint, uh, arguing with those people because they done got the wrong weed or the wrong or um whatever it is the hell she was getting. That's crazy. I mean, think about it. That hadn't been that wasn't too long ago, where she was apparently using something, right? And I'm talking about weed and alcohol or whatever it was. Do we know what her treatment plan has been like? You understand what I'm saying? We don't know none of that. And then we got some goddamn Gina who got some kind of little agency where she navigating people through the game, child. And again, right, that's not always a bad thing. But it's not always a good thing either, right? So it's crazy. Free Wendy, yeah, okay. You gonna be looking. You talking about free Wendy today? Your ass will be crying about Wendy tomorrow. She ain't gonna get me. She ain't gonna get me, baby. Nope. She will not get me. That is crazy, honey. That's crazy, crazy. So, no, done dropped off. Um, but yeah. Now, let me move on to, as you know, I am hungry. And I want to maybe go to Lori Vallow, right? Y'all, Lori, this is going to be hilarious. Now, I may, if I can get caught up or whatever with what has happened so far in court with her and Chad or whatever, right? Because I thought both of them were somewhere rotten. I really did. Do I think 50 Cent can be ignorant and can be very petty sometimes, right? He really can be. So let me put on Lori Vallow real quick. Oh, look at my topics. I was doing real good. Listen, I am so scarred when you say healthcare. I immediately get a picture of President Obama in my goddamn face. Now I want to punch him. I can stand, and I know that if I really understood like the mechanics and all that type of shit, but I guess, and I get it, but I just don't want to get it. I just know that something changed. That's all I know, and it did. I was cussing. It ain't been right, child. I'm gonna put on Lori Vallow, right? Because I only heard a little bit of this, like I always do. I just throw it on the wall, pick it up at a later date, or maybe you can use it. I'm gonna put this nut on. Another damn nut.
Attorney Kay, on behalf of the state, for the record, the next of kin in the 2021 and the victim in the 2022 are appearing virtually.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks, Advisory Council on behalf of Ms. Daybell, and Robert Abernathy is out of the office today.
Okay. You want to announce?
Lori Daybell, on
Thank you.
behalf of myself.
All right, we have a number of things to get through this morning. The first thing I want to address is there's been multiple media requests. I don't know if there's a representative of the media that can address this, but my question is if there's a single pool camera, is there some sort of agreement or cooperation between other media outlets to use a single camera?
Your Honor, if I may, Matthew Kelly, I represent Court TV, and our understanding is that, yes, there is a pool arrangement, and Court TV has asked to be the pool for the trials in this matter. I believe that that request is pending with the PIO. Regardless, the media that are interested in camera coverage do have a pool arrangement.
Okay. I know that there was, I don't know if it was Court TV or another outlet requested multiple cameras and a still camera. I'm inclined to just allow a single camera. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Court TV would prefer to have two of its own cameras. One of its own cameras is perfectly fine. Court TV's equipment is actually smaller than the camera we have here today and can be operated remotely, so it is much more unobtrusive. Court TV also has in the past used the feed from one of the cameras here for the webcasting of hearings for its purposes as well. Court TV will position its camera so that jurors are not in the field of view and would not use any of these cameras that have a view of the jurors.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else here from the media that wants to be heard? I don't hear any. State want to take a position?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I know the defendant filed an objection. I've read your objection. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd just like to add some case law to that. Shepard versus Maxwell, 337 U.S. The United States Supreme Court, Mr. Justice Clark, held that failure of the state judge in murder prosecution to protect defendant from inherently prejudicial publicity, which saturated the community to control disruptive influences in courtroom, deprived the defendant of a fair trial consistent with due process. So that and Arizona versus Cheney, which was the defendant is entitled to fair and impartial trial when publicity pervades court proceedings to the extent that the proceedings were prejudiced to the defendant. So obviously you read my objection, so I just wanted to add those on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your prior attorneys had filed a series of objections to media coverage media being allowed in the courtroom, and I made a prior ruling that was filed back September 4th, which was fairly comprehensive. I am inclined to allow one pool camera. I'll issue an order with more detailed findings later today or tomorrow, but essentially there won't be any media coverage during the jury selection process, and I'll put the reasons for that in the order. So that's, again, I'll issue a more detailed order later today or tomorrow. All right.
Your Honor, there's also the issue of whether Court TV would be allowed to live stream the trial. In other words, broadcast online in real time. Court TV would prefer to do that.
Are you able to, are they able to do a 1 or 2 minute delay?
Certainly, we can certainly do that. I just want to inform Your Honor, however, that when we share the footage with the pool, we can't delay that footage. So your order would need to require that all media receiving the feed delay it by however long you wish to delay it.
And the camera, the pool camera would be simultaneously distributing that feed to whatever media requests it?
That's correct. We have the capability to distribute to up to 30 or 40 different media outlets. So we have plenty of bandwidth to do so.
It's prejudicial and it's going to be.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get down to business on some of the.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Could I just add that we want to make sure that the camera's not going to be zooming in at any level to get to our notes and the things that are going to be on the table. I also previously, what has happened before is that they just have the camera on my face the entire trial. So I think when the judge is speaking, the judge needs to be on the camera. When the state is speaking, they need to be on camera. If we can add that to the order, I think.
All right. Well, my draft already includes that there'll be no zooming in on counsel table, anything on counsel table, or anything being handled, notes or that sort of thing being handled by any of the parties or the attorneys. As far as what they focus on, they'll be limited to focusing on the parties, myself, the witness, depending on the witness. I need to ask the state about that in a second, but they won't be allowed to broadcast any image of any juror. While I'm on that subject, let me ask the state, are you seeking any sort of protective order when a named victim testifies?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Will you let me know if that changes?
Yes, I will.
Do you have the names of your designated victim or victim representatives that might be testifying?
Kay Woodcock is a statutory legal victim and will be testifying.
Is that the only one?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
For this trial, I should say.
For this trial, okay. Let me ask this, are the parties ready to proceed around March 31st or April 1st?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask the state next. Earlier during these proceedings and past hearings, you indicated you thought the state's case in chief would take 2 weeks. You requested yesterday to screen for 6 weeks.
Your Honor, I did say 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
But I did say that while we had a defense attorney on and not Ms. Vallow herself. I am familiar with other pro per trials where generally the timelines are in excess of those with a defense attorney assigned. So in order to ensure that we aren't asking a jury later to stay longer than we pre-screen them, I believe it would be appropriate to screen them for 6 weeks.
So now that you're gearing up for trial and maybe you have a better idea, how long do you think your case in chief would take with a normal amount of cross? I know that's hard to estimate.
And again, I would say 2 to 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
That would be at the outset of it.
Okay.
Probably, yeah, 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. Let me ask advisory council, if we do an questionnaire, would you be assisting Ms. Daybell with your laptop in going through the answers that are received?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, assuming we do all of that, because a lot of times the courts send us back to our office to go through that. So if we do that here, then yes, of course, she's welcome to use our laptops.
All right. My plan is we can do jury selection in the South Court Tower 5C. I know that the state has requested that the entire trial be held there. We can't do it. We can do jury selection there. I can give you rooms here for your victims and witnesses as need be that are outside this courtroom that we can have them stream in if you want, depending on, I guess, who the witness is or who's back there.
And obviously, Your Honor, I don't know if the public will be attending this or not. This also is a little different in that even in the mornings, the jury is going to be potentially out here while the court is having morning calendar. If there's media out there as well, I'm just trying to protect the integrity of the trial by ensuring that the public, the media are not interacting with witnesses at any time while they're out there. It's difficult when it's a very small hallway and very limited rooms just to put them in. Obviously, I need a room for the victims that's separate from any witnesses.
Well, we have on this floor 6 rooms, 5 or 6 rooms throughout. We have 3 right behind this courtroom, and we can utilize them as need be to ensure that there's no improper contact between media or the public in general and any victims or witnesses. We can also ensure that the jurors don't have contact. If that means we bring them up in a separate elevator and have them assemble somewhere else, we can accomplish that. So my plan will be to do an questionnaire, remote questionnaire for the first 200 jurors. That questionnaire, I need to get a final joint pretrial statement with the list of witnesses to include the names of witnesses in that, but I'd like to send out a draft to everyone by the end of this week. Let me bring up my calendar. We would probably send that out to the first 200 jurors around next Thursday, March 20th. Yeah.
Because of the way they send this, the first day they can send it out to 24th.
Oh, I guess they can't send it out.
So you can do from the 24th to the morning 27th.
Okay, so we can send out that the 24th to the 27th, meaning it would be cut off on the 27th. The answers to those questionnaires would be emailed to the parties. That would give the parties the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st to go through those answers. We would meet on the morning of the 1st, discuss who needs to be let go based on those answers. Also on the morning of the 1st, a number of walk-in jurors that for whatever reason don't fill out the questionnaire in advance would come in to the jury room, the jury assembly room that morning and fill out the questionnaire. So that morning we'd also deal with those walk-in answers as best we can. Oh, that's right. I back up. The initial answers for the remote, we're going to meet on the 31st. Let those people go. Whoever we don't let go will be told to report on the afternoon of the 1st. On the afternoon of the 1st, we'll be dealing with the walk-ins that come in the morning of the 1st. And the people that we haven't let go the afternoon of the 1st, that will be in person voir dire as needed. If we need to, which I anticipate we probably will, we'll do another 200 jurors on the 2nd. And if need be, we have another 100 jurors on the 3rd.
That next set of 200, that wouldn't be a remote question?
They don't have a capability to do it remote. So we may have to, what'll happen is on the 1st, all those people, after they give their answers, will be randomized. The list will be re-randomized. As we proceed through the 2nd, those people get added onto the bottom of the list. So as soon as we get 12 jurors that qualify, that everyone's happy with, that don't have issues, plus probably 3 or 4 alternates. So as soon as we get to about 15 or 16, we're pretty much done with jury selection. So we don't have to necessarily question all 200 of those people. We can do panels of 20 or something like that. I anticipate losing quite a large number of people just based on prior media coverage and people already having some sort of opinion about the case. I normally wouldn't include a defendant's name in the e-questionnaire that goes out remotely, but on this case, I'm inclined to, just because that's what we want to know. We want to know if people have heard about the defendant and whether or not they've heard about, or if they've formed an opinion about her or this case prior to that. Does anyone have an issue with that, State?
No, Your Honor, I think that that's a good idea. That's going to be at least one of the initial reasons to strike a lot of jurors.
My only issue with it, Your Honor, is that it could be bad both ways, right? If you put the name in there, if you don't put the name in there. It's been my experience that people will say they haven't heard when they know who that really is. And there's people that will want to be on this jury just for this purpose.
Well,
it's going to be complicated.
All the research indicates that these e-questionnaires, people are more likely to give honest, candid answers than if they're in a group of people and they feel sort of that peer pressure of what's a good answer and what's a bad answer. Your name is going to come up sooner or later, so I would prefer to just get it out in front of the potential jurors to begin with. My e-questionnaire is going to be fairly basic. It's going to focus on qualifications, the charges, the witnesses, and then obviously whether they have an opinion about you or this case. For the people that make it past that level, we'll question them more thoroughly in person.
And like you were saying, as far as group kind of voir dire, in my experience, we went through 1,900 jurors in my last trial. So it would be good to do individual voir dire if we can, than group voir dire, because they learn things just in the voir dire and it disqualifies a lot of jurors.
I'm not opposed to that, but that's going to be sort of a day of play it by ear sort of situation, whether we do small panels or just go a single person. If we go single person, our jury selection could extend into the next week. But if we're able to seat a jury, I would expect opening statements on April 7th, somewhere around there. Does the state indicated, I have it, there was just one day in April that you wanted to go a half day?
Correct, Your Honor. The 24th.
All right. When can you file some sort of pretrial statement that sets forth all your potential witnesses and a statement of the facts?
Probably by Thursday.
All right. Does the state anticipate any presentation of autopsy photos or crime scene photos? In other words, I'm trying to gauge, I would usually put in a question about jurors may be required to view evidence that shows wounds or that sort of thing. Is there anyone that's unwilling to look at this type of evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. We will have both, obviously, with self-defense, trajectory, and those injuries are very relevant.
Okay, so I will include a question about that type of evidence. Sometimes jurors don't want to look at that type of evidence, so. All right, any questions or concerns about our jury selection, the proposed trial dates from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Just so I have it clear, Your Honor, we're going to start on the 31st with jury selection. Is that correct?
We'll be meeting on the 31st,
Okay.
and then actual dealing with in-person jurors on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Okay.
Robert and I.
Let me ask advisory council, are there any dates that advisory council would need to be dark?
I am fine for April. I didn't hear back from Robert. I would think.
Please let us know, because in that e-questionnaire, I'm going to put in a proposed schedule. I don't know that I'm going to screen for a full 6 weeks based on the state's anticipated presentation, maybe 5 weeks. So into let us know the schedule into the first week or two of May.
As soon as I get an answer from him, I'll email your judicial assistant.
All right.
And one more time, Your Honor, so the remote question is going out on March 24th. All answers have to be back by the 27th, so we will get them on the 27th, or
You'll either get them late the 27th or first thing the 28th.
Okay.
Late morning of the 27th.
Oh, okay.
okay.
You should get them some point on the 27th.
Just so we can plan, because it sounds like we'll just go out to Estrella and go through these.
Yeah, they're closing it at like 8 a.m. on the 27th.
You'll have to have a internet connection.
Yeah,
out
we
there.
can use
Okay.
our laptops out there.
Okay.
Because you want to be ready to discuss everything on March 31st.
Yeah, and if the parties have an obvious, there's some jurors that are going to be obvious that need to be let go. If you're ready for that, that's always helpful. I know it's a little bit more difficult with pro per defendant in consulting like that. All right, let me get to.
So we'll come out on Friday and go through the questionnaire. We don't get any questions on that.
All right, the defendant had filed 2 separate motions for specific discovery. The first dealt with communication between the assigned deputy county attorney and law enforcement agencies. I've read and the second one was, well, let's deal with the first one. I've read the response from the state. Basically, your response is you have disclosed all those communications. There are no other communications.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So let me ask the defendant.
Yeah, we received 6 email communications, and they were in a short time frame, not the full time frame. And it seems to me that in the last email ends in kind of a question that was probably answered, and then there's like no more communication. So it doesn't make sense that there's no more. We asked for all of them if they could be provided to us. We don't understand why they're not being provided to us, and what what the state is possibly hiding at this point, and they can't just turn it over so that we can go through them. It's been, long over a month since we filed that motion. So we would just like them to please turn over whatever they have left.
All right. And I'll ask the deputy county attorney. I imagine some communications are by phone. So in other words, we're not captured.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Based on the states of Vallow, I don't know. I can't tell them to turn over something they say they don't have. So I'll find that the state, based on their Vallow and officers of the court, have complied with the request. The second one is a little more, I wanted to get clarification on. That was defendant's request for video interviews, but it seemed like based on the state's response that there was some confusion about what was a interview recorded in an interrogation room situation versus a body cam. Did the state's response provide clarification to you?
No. So the body cams were turned over, and they're in like 12-minute increments. There's like 4 different body cams. This was a full 2-hour video that was released by Gilbert Police to the public, and it's online. So I would like that video of the interrogation room, the full 2-hour one, to be turned over to the defense.
All right. So do you know what that is?
Your Honor, based upon the defendant's reply, she's requesting a video interview from the 31st. Those are on body cam and were turned over to the defense. We have requested everything from, I think that one was from actually the Gilbert Police Department. A lot of these overlap. So I am not sure what the defendant is.
Who was the person being interviewed? And you said the 2-hour interrogation that Gilbert released.
So it's myself and my daughter, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb.
And is that in an interrogation type room?
Yeah, it was at the Gilbert Police Station, and I didn't realize we were being filmed that whole time. I didn't know we were being filmed, but we were being filmed in that room.
And are you familiar with a video in a room?
Yes, that's what we have disclosed. Is an interview of, it is
And you're saying you don't have it?
defendant, her daughter, and another.
And you're saying you haven't gotten that?
They have given 4 about 12-minute body cam videos of the policemen's body cams that were in the room with us, and they go in and out of the room at different times. So there's different body cams. They're all mixed up. It's not the full entire one. And the full entire, my understanding is that the full entire 2-hour interrogation room video from the ceiling is available online, but I don't have it in Discovery.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. So did the state disclose not a body cam, but an interrogation from up in the corner of a room vantage point?
I mean, we disclosed a lot. Let me see if I can find out. You did? Yes, my paralegal is present here as well, and she has advised that we did. Your Honor, we disclosed over.
Can your paralegal provide a Bates number or something so that maybe the defense just has overlooked it?
Let me see if we can find the actual,
Maybe the discovery notice.
discovery letter.
Okay.
Okay, let me see something. Can I stop this here? No, that's please stop. Okay. So, Miss attorney, what her name is, Vallow, Pumpkin, for future reference, sweetie, when you are talking about hold on. Shoot. Let me back it up a little bit. Because she might be.
Is available online, but I don't have it in Discovery.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. So Did the state disclose not a body cam, but an interrogation from up in the corner of a room vantage point?
I mean, we disclosed a lot. Let me see if I can find out. You did? Yes, my paralegal is present here as well, and she has advised that we did. Your Honor, we disclosed over.
Can your paralegal provide a Bates number or something so that maybe the defense just has overlooked it?
Let me see if we can find the actual,
Maybe the discovery notice.
discovery letter.
Okay.
Where am I? And that was what I was going to say. So that is don't worry about what I was going to get ready to say. I was going to explain that particular process right there, and I didn't hear it all. So okay, keep going.
Your Honor, all we do have is the 4 body cam. We can ask again and see if they have a overall.
Are you getting this? Have you seen this, or someone told you that there's this video?
My mitigator showed me part of that video. Yes. With my previous team. That's how I know about it. Otherwise I wouldn't know about it. She said, "Do you know this is online?" I didn't have any idea.
And you're sure it's the Gilbert PD on that date?
Correct.
All right, I'll ask the state to follow up with Gilbert on that.
We will, Your Honor.
There, if that is out there, obviously it should have been disclosed.
Mhm.
All right, remind me to follow up on that next time we are together. Next, I have a motion limine, 2 motions in limine, one regarding Alex Cox statements and one regarding Tylee Ryan's statements. All right, so let me ask the defendant, generally any hearsay is defined as any out of court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The state is referencing what are definitely out of court statements. Obviously there's some exceptions to the hearsay rule, and there are other things that are characterized as non-hearsay. So how do you think, let's first talk about Alex Cox. How do you think the statements fit into your either one of those exceptions or non-hearsay?
I feel like the state is blanketing that whole thing, and obviously it's like a case-by-case basis, right, on these statements. So there is the police interview of Alex Cox that I did not think falls under hearsay.
Why not?
Why does it not fall under hearsay?
Yeah.
because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're using it in corroboration of the circumstances. Everyone came in and told their same story that corroborates different facts in there, not for the whole truth of the matter.
Aren't you arguing that what he said was true?
I can't say whether another person says that it's true or not, but I'm saying what he said and what my daughter said and what I said in those 3 police interviews determined what the police said, how the police acted, what they did after that, their next steps, how they treated the entire case like it was self-defense.
So that would be effect on the listener. But let's keep going. And which is admissible with the hearsay exception. Okay, but let's listen to Attorney Vallow here.
All of those are relevant to the defense that it was self-defense. So, yes, I think they're for that purpose. But I also think that Alex's statements also have a lot of the exceptions apply. 803, 804. There's a lot of exceptions that also apply to some of his statements and not all of his statements.
Such as what? Which statements do you think they apply to?
I specifically his statements made on body cam to police in the driveway, specifically his.
I don't know what the statements are, so that's what I'm asking. What specific statements do you think are allowed to come in under the rules of evidence?
I think under 8031, the present sense impression is his statements made to police officers at the house.
A present sense impression is where you're actually observing something and you're talking about it as you see it happen. So isn't he saying, again, I don't know what the statements are, but is he saying what happened prior? Or is he saying
yes,
something
prior.
that he's, okay,
correct,
so it's
prior.
not a present sense impression.
Okay.
What else?
I think it falls under 8032, excited utterance. He was under the stress of the whole situation when he made those statements.
What was his demeanor when he made those statements?
Upset.
What's the specific statement?
I shot my brother-in-law in self-defense. I got hit in the head with a bat. There was an altercation. I don't know what all the statements are, but.
How long after the incident did he make these statements?
Immediately after, as far as I know.
Well, immediately to some people.
Okay. All right, I didn't hear all of this because I guess I was going in and out. Baby. Listen, because you ain't gonna fuck my head up when it comes to sorting out your hearsay, non-hearsay exception. And you seen the goddamn judge, and you saw them wrinkles he got in his head, okay, because he know that's a pickle, right? But listen now, some judges will give you a little assistance. And the way he's doing it, and I like the way he's doing it, he's giving her a lot of assistance, but you can't really tell it. It's kind of disguised. If you know how entangled hearsay is, you'll know, oh, he's giving her a good, some good, good guidance to where she be doing. Now, I don't know what this lady next to her is doing. She really needs to, Judge, can I have 1 minute? And she needs to let her know that she has to have these things organized. Okay? He needs to know what statement is either non-hearsay, meaning it's not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, right? You need to know which statements are hearsay. And if they are hearsay, they are only admissible if there is a hearsay exception, right? So when you hear her yell out the numbers. Here I'm yelling out numbers. Those are FRE, right? The Federal Rules of Evidence that I used to try to tell people that they need to read before they come arguing with me about text messages and all other kinds of bullshit, right? When you hear and you have to know the numbers, right? So when you hear certain numbers, I know if they're federal rules. If I hear certain numbers, I know if they're local rules to their particular state, because there's two rules. There's federal rules and there's local rules to a person's particular state. But when you have statements, you can't group them all together and say, here, judge, this is, some of them gonna be this, some of them gonna be. No, 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 no. Got my hands. This is why I hear all this. This is why the judge is asking her statement by statement, right? I only heard the first thing, and I was moving on. I only heard her first initial thing when she said about when she said that they're not being admitted for the truth of the matter, and then she went on and started yelling out federal rules. So I'm like, okay, it can't be both. So now I see that she has them mixed in. She has some that are non-hearsay and some that are hearsay. So in essence, if she has ones that are non-hearsay, she needs to present that. Then they have to, go back and forth whether or not is it if it's not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, right? Meaning that it's not going to be hearsay. Then that's fine. Sometimes lawyers like to use that to get statements in, right? However, sometimes by doing that, you don't, and the statement has to be relevant. It has to be the 3 R's, right? Because it's evidence. However, sometimes you don't get to. It kind of lessens the usage of them. You think that it's going to prove it's going to be material and it's going to prove a point, right? Mean it's probative, but when you try to get it in that way, then a lot of times it's not. That's why it's good to have a hearsay exception to where it can be front and center and pretty much can be used by itself, right? Because oh my god, hearsay, oh, kiss my ass. That's the only part of the evidence that I didn't like. The rest of it, not a problem. Hearsay, ask 100 lawyers and see what they tell you about hearsay, judges included. See if they probably put two middle fingers up and tell you, what to do. So this would be interesting to see how she navigates through this process. Um, and this is just my opinion. I reckon she is representing herself because her and her attorney probably had a disagreement in the direction in which to go for her defense, right? I'm just speculating. So I mean, I don't know. Or it could be she just thinks she's, smarter than the attorney. Now, if she wants to introduce all kind of that bullshit she be talking about and whatever, yeah, this ain't gonna take too long to convict her. She probably the attorney probably was trying to go for insanity or something like that. Cause then don't she be talking about the people be possessed with something, and then she said that she thought the kids was from some. some kind of alien or some kind of evil alien or some bullshit. So it was a whole bunch of crazy talk. Like I told y'all, I used to peep in and out. I was consistent at first, and then it kind of disappeared from Dateline and well, because it'd be like a one off unless it's some kind of update to the case or whatever. But that was far and few between. And then those Hildebrandt people who Mo reminded me about, they showed they bitch ass up, and it was some connection to these crazy. There was a lot. There's a lot going on in Crazyville with the evil aliens and shit. I'm just that type of stuff. I tend to turn the knob on that. You understand what I'm saying? I just like to hear the core of it, the mechanics of it, whatever. And I go on, you start talking about evil aliens and shit. That's where you lose me at. I don't know, some kind of. I mean, she had names for all this type of stuff, like um, like some of the. If I don't know if y'all watched that, what is that show with the three girl Charmed, all that type of shit. Had all that type of shit going on. And the only reason why I watched Charm, I never watched it when it was out, right? I don't watch that type of stuff. Only reason why I watched Charm is when it was on TNT or something, and it used to come on in the morning. And it used to be like the only things on in the morning would be that, um, Buffy, but I never watched Buffy. I watched The Charm and the one where I think the dude from Buffy had a spinoff or something. It was some funny looking shit going on at that. That's the only reason why I watched it, because it was up and it was just. And then Smallville used to be on and shit in the morning and stuff like that. Other than I don't be into no evil aliens, child. That's just too much. But I mean, I used to have it on in the background or whatever. And it was one of them girls, but was always dating and stuff like that. I think that was Alyssa Milano or whatever. I thought that was funny that she always had some kind of dating shit going on or whatever. But other than that, mm-mm. And the girl Shannon daughter, she got that cancer. She used to be on that show and she got fired. Something happened. She left. Well, anyway, let me get to going.
People means 2 seconds. To other people, it means 30 minutes. Tell me what immediately means to you.
As soon as the police arrived.
I don't know did they arrive 30 minutes after the incident? 10 minutes, an hour?
I was not there. I do not know what time they arrived.
Oh Lord, she done stressed me out, baby. Y'all ain't tell me about all this Sim going on. So I'm gonna start listening to this shit to the conclusion, because baby, she done stressed me the hell out. If you're claiming with something, you're trying to get a hearsay exception for excited utterance, you have to be specified. They have to know when it was said in order for it to be seen as someone saying something because it was some kind of, they said it out of excitement or what have you, right? That type of shit. This is why I didn't do litigation. I don't do this because all of this happened. But mm-mm. Y'all seen them D's up there. Oh, wait a minute. And the fact that she got an attitude because she don't know her evidence. You don't know these statements in, ma'am. You the one. Oh, also, she gonna have a fit, baby. They may have to go. I don't know if he's trying to knock it out now, whatever. But no, probably not. Nope, he's not. She gonna have a fit because she got to go back through this somewhat, but a little bit more. Well, but it's going to be to see if these statements are relevant. See that she hasn't hit the fours yet. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good and interesting. Oh yeah, and the fact that she's getting short with this man is unfucking believable. Girl, bye.
All right. Let me. So you're asserting excited utterance. Some of these statements come in. What else?
8033, the mental, emotional, and physical condition, because it shows his state of mind, which was scared at the time.
Any others?
Yes. 8035B, the recorded recollection. I know that in the state's reply to my response, they did not think that 805 applied because A, B, and C, but I did not see an and after A. So my assumption was that B and C, since there's an and after B, were what needed to be put together. So B was made or adopted by this witness when the matter was fresh in the witness's memory and accurately reflects the witness's knowledge. So I felt like 803B5B, the recorded recollection of his police interview and the body cam footage, applies under that exception.
All right. Generally, 8035 is a recorded recollection, meaning it's something they wrote down, or maybe they recorded their voice saying something. Let me ask the state to respond. We're just talking about the Alex Cox statements.
Your Honor,
maybe I should start with,
yeah.
Does the state intend on introducing any statements from Alex Cox?
Wait a minute, and before I let her finish, why didn't she go through these statements with the paralegal that's sitting there? What? Why is he having to go through all of this? And she huffing and puffing like she upset. Bitch, you the one killed the people.
Your Honor, I haven't decided if we will at this point. I can say with 100% certainty, we will not be admitting his interview by police that was done at after 10 o'clock in the morning. We don't.
Are you referencing what time he was interviewed versus the time of the incident?
Let me say it this way. So the state has laid out in its motion the timeline. So that is actually in our motion. We show that when
8:30 a.m.
is
roughly.
when the 911 call was made. So we have soon after that, the police arrived and there's body cam video from that interview. Then Alex Cox is later brought to the police station and there is a in-depth interview with detectives at a little after 10 o'clock in the morning.
So you may or may not be attempting to introduce statements at or around the time that the police responded?
Correct, Your Honor. If we do, those would be brought in as co-conspirator statements against a party interest. So obviously the state can bring in statements that are hearsay against a party.
Right. But
and against the party interest just means that they're bringing in statements against her ass. So that makes that statement admissible. Or should. This gonna be the doozy.
I guess, is the state intending on introducing any statements of Tylee?
No, Your Honor. Tylee made no statements at the scene other than giving her general biographical information on body cam. Her entire statements were made at the police station again after 10 in the morning.
All right. So on your response as it relates to Tylee, you say, again, present sense impression. I don't think it's a present sense impression. You also argue excited utterance. What else?
8033, which is mental, emotional, and physical condition, with the same thing, her state of mind, then being scared. And also 8043, statement against interest. They use that statement in the indictment where Tylee says that Charles says, if you hit me with that bat, you're going to jail. That's the part where she's nervous in her interview, saying she's scared to tell the police that she's the one that brought in the bat. So state of mind and the statement against interest both apply to Tylee's police interview.
All right. Anything else? Does the state want to be heard further on that?
Your Honor, the only further thing I think that the state will bring in is that obviously the defendant has been found guilty of killing both Tylee, other individuals, but in this case, the defendant cannot benefit from killing a witness and then later try to bring in their statements for their benefit. So in addition to none of her statements being admissible under the rules of evidence, as any of the exceptions that the defendant has done, we also believe that it would be improper for her to be allowed to bring them in under that theory.
What did I tell you? I told you that she's going through this part for the hearsay, right? And which is under the rules of evidence in 800s. She got to go through it in the 400s, okay? And that lady just stood up on her ass. Like, no, you don't get the benefit. No, hold on. This is Mo. I'm not doing it. I'm not following this. Nope. I'm gonna put this on my thing.
In other words, there's been a judicial finding that the reason Tylee's unavailable as a witness is because of the defendant's actions.
Correct, Your Honor. There has been a jury trial and she has been convicted of that.
All right. All right.
So, and that means that, so the prosecutors, if they want to, they can use statements from, let's look at Tylee. Perhaps it may be admissible, but it will be admissible. And I don't know, it's maybe 800 or 801 or something like that, because that's a declarant that is unavailable to testify. So if they have a statement that they want to use, if it's relevant, then they will most likely be able to admit it or whatever. So.
The court is, on a preliminary basis, precluding references to Tylee Ryan's statements, any statement made by Tylee Ryan. If there's some reason where a door might be open to any of those statements coming in, the defendant's requested to make a request outside the presence of the jury regarding that, and we'll deal with that outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, so the state is okay. So, well, I don't know if it's big boy good. Well, oh, okay, okay. The state is blocked. All right, the state is precluding anything from Tylee or what have you, and she's precluding that because what a name, Laura, Attorney Vallow, wanted to bring in those statements. She's precluding it. However, if the state goes down that road with, questions about Tylee and such, so on and so forth, then perhaps Attorney Vallow will be able to introduce those statements that she has. Those one of those things that you have to watch and see, which was the the ruling that Judge Donnelly did with regards to those goddamn text messages. Okay. Where she precluded the evidence. All right. And as you see, and I was just trying to explain to y'all, it's not, they don't do it necessarily all the time by a piece of evidence, this, and whatever. It could be that particular theory and any evidence associated with that theory. So she is saying that Tylee brought the bat in. The state just blocked her from attributing any amount of of reason why that bat was used to kill the man or whatever happened. I forgot what happened. I don't really even know who the hell she's on trial for. I think most said the husband, and she said somebody else, but I don't know who the other person is. But and then the man who killed him, and he dead too. I don't know. But anyway, so the state has just blocked her from that. And I wonder, is there a way to get around that, to get that statement in? I don't know the case.
On Alex Cox, I think that's probably going to be more of a statement by statement basis. But I'm skeptical of any statements coming in hours after the initial police response. I think we'll deal with what statements may or may not come in when the police first arrived on scene and or the 911 at the time that.
Okay, so he right then gave her a time for that excited utterance. Okay, so he's talking about statements. You don't have to be a hearing exception for the excited utterance. That's some 800 and something. And she got the number. Attorney Vallow has the number. And so, and he's not allowing it, because I told you it has to be, it's a time frame, right? So he's not allowing it to be whatever time he just stated.
They're attempted to be introduced. All right. I also received yesterday state's notice of disclosure and request for disclosure. Did you get a copy of that?
No.
You haven't seen that yet?
No.
I'm sorry, the
State's notice of disclosure and request for disclosure. I didn't realize it was actually filed in January, so you should have seen that. I misspoke when I said I got it yesterday. It was filed January 16th. Have you seen that?
I'm looking it up.
What are we?
Dates
I
disclosure.
think the court may have ruled on that one, Your Honor.
Well, I don't think I ruled on, at the very end, you're requesting, she submit to fingerprints, palm print, footprint.
Oh, that's okay. I think that was prior, yes, significantly. So that would be to tie her to any of her.
Is that for other conviction purposes?
Correct, yes.
All right. And when did you want to do that?
If we are going to be here on the 18th, we can take them then.
I don't know that we need to be here on the 18th.
And obviously, I was unaware we were going to set this because we set it
Right.
just recently. So I don't know if we can keep that on just to take that.
Okay, what about the state, you requested copies of any recorded statements made during interviews conducted outside of your presence? Is there any of those, were there any interviews conducted by you or your team? Of
So
any,
far?
were there any interviews conducted of any witnesses out by you or your team that you're aware of?
So far, not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you plan on calling any experts to testify?
We do plan on calling one expert.
Who's that? Has it been disclosed to the state?
We are, yes, we're working on that today as an addendum to the
Who's that?
witness list that, Lonnie Dworkin.
All right.
You need a CV.
That's your investigator?
No, my investigator, Jeff White.
Oh.
That's the expert.
What kind of expert is Lonnie Dworkin?
Phone and digital.
I think I remember his name. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Expert reports and disclosures are due 30 days before trial generally under the rules. So if you're planning on using that witness, you need to get that disclosed right away, and I may have to take that up depending on what the state's position is. But
Your
at this
Honor,
point,
that
it's technically late.
may be another reason to be here on the 18th. Obviously, if that's disclosed this week, we can potentially address that issue on the 18th.
All right. Let me ask the defendant, do you have a position on the taking of prints and photographs? Generally, identification type things are permitted over any defendant objections. So do you have a record you want to make on that?
Not really.
All right. I don't see any reason
For what
why.
purpose? I don't understand.
In the event that you're convicted, it may be used to prove other convictions.
And an expert disclosure is another word of saying a CV. We're going by tape. I don't know why she's so upset. She's getting. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with this. And this lady ain't. Shit.
That reminds me, is the state planning on proceeding in the second trial, regardless of what happens in the first trial?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
And how much time would you need between the conclusion of the first trial and the start of the second trial?
Your Honor, I would say at least 30 days, since we do need to actually subpoena out-of-state witnesses for the second trial.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't benefit everyone to go ahead and set that a provisional second trial date now.
And we keep calling set, that just means put on the calendar. And when they say dark, that just means the days that's not available.
That's fine, Your Honor.
May 11th is still my last day.
Is that second trial,
Right.
how long do you think it would take the state to
Probably
present?
about 3 weeks as well.
Similar?
That's gonna work. Your Honor, I'd like to remind the court that the last day is May 11th.
Well, I'll probably exclude some time based on the fact that you can't do two trials at once.
The state could combine the trials and do two trials at once. They don't want to do two trials at once, so it really violates my speedy trial rights if they do not give me a speedy trial by May 11th for both cases.
No, it does not violate your speedy trial because they have a good reason why they cannot do the trial in a time that you're supposed to bring a trial in your particular jurisdiction, ma'am.
Not to mention that they did combine all the discovery into one case. They didn't give me two different separate discoveries for two different cases, which would be much more convenient considering the voluminous amount of discovery that they piled onto us.
Does the state want to do combine both cases?
Your Honor, if the court gave us a little time to work it out and the defendant wants to join them, I mean, obviously,
I don't know
with
that.
a normal defense attorney, and I don't mean that in any way, normally they would be severed
Because you
due
don't
to-
want one jury to know about the other
Correct.
two separate charges and have.
Okay. So is the other man, is the Chad man implicated in the other case? So I don't know nothing about what's going to hell on. I'm just going by, Lord have mercy. Okay. Is the Chad man is a defendant in that case, in the other case, along with her? But because this dummy, she do know that by having these cases separate, it probably benefits her. They just all gonna come back guilty in goddamn way, but it probably benefits her. But the state don't care about putting it all together. But when she asks if the other defendant, if the other person or whatever she said is going to be a joinder, that means that there is someone else that is being charged. Let me look. Hold on. Okay. What a man named Daybell? Daybell? Hold on. Okay, I got a timeline. Good. I got a timeline. I'm gonna add this on the damn wall. Shit. 2019. Oh, I got a good juicy timeline. Good gracious alive. Thank you, Lord. Okay. Is he being charged with her on something? Something else? Heart attack. What was our sentence? That's his sentence. Chad. Death sentence. Chad daughter. I don't know. I don't want to hold nobody up. Okay. Chad, it says his death in the triple. It says the death. Okay, first degree murder conspiracy charges the death of his first wife, Tammy, and the kids. The date is this? This is crazy. I cannot find out. The verdict came, the case, the sentence, jury. Well, let me listen, because maybe they'll tell me.
Have a harmful rub-off effect of the evidence in one case affecting the evidence in another case.
Correct. That's why they were filed separately. But if the defendant wants them together, the state would have to request this be pushed back slightly so that we could then get all the witnesses for that trial together, since they were not subpoenaed for this trial. But if that's what the defendant wants to join them, and she understands that prejudice, and that she's then going to be waiving that prejudice with that, then the state is certainly willing to do that. But we would then have to request to have that trial, or this trial date, moved back to allow us to get the other witnesses lined up.
And when she mentioned the prejudice, that's what I was talking about. When the cases are separated, right? Then you don't run the risk of that particular prejudice happening, right? All that evidence in that case being viewed at the same time as evidence in this case, right? It can create prejudice, and the jury can say, hey, if we are looking at this evidence and it shows that this person is guilty, and so it's more than likely that they commit this other crime as well, right? That's the whole purpose between having the cases separate, or if they were together, that's when you would hear the word severance, right? When you sever something, you can sever actual cases, or you can sever defendants. But what is the other case? Like, who the fuck has she killed? Let me see.
That's not what I was saying to combine them. I'm just saying, give me my second trial by May 11th. So
Right.
The court can figure that out.
All right. Well, I'm going to waive some time on that second trial over the defendant's objection. Primarily, again, the defendant can't try both cases at the same time. Secondly, I'm not sure how much actual prejudice there is with the time violation, in the sense that you wouldn't be released from custody anyway. And thirdly, the rule for time violations under Rule 8, I think it's 8.6, is that any violation should be a dismissal without prejudice unless there's an actual prejudice shown, in which case the state could just refile the charge. Regardless, I think some time is warranted to be excluded, because primarily you can't try two cases at once. What if we set a start date for May 12th? I realize that's could potentially be a quick turnaround, but again, I don't think this case is going to take 6 weeks.
Your Honor,
We can adjust that as necessary.
I, again, am going to ask for a longer time. I believe this will go through the beginning of May, and to have the state try to get those witnesses lined up and subpoenaed while in trial, I don't believe is.
Well, if I push it out any further, the parties need to be aware that I won't be trying the case. I don't think I would be anyway. I'm rotating at the end of June. And given some of the trainings I have to attend in June, I don't think we can get it done.
Well, both parties could send out subpoenas now for that second date for May 12th, correct?
Well, that's assuming we're done by about May 1st, probably, in this case. the first case.
And then, Your Honor, I did indicate that the state needs to be dark in May, the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd.
You said 21, 22, 23.
Correct.
Of May.
And I would need to be dark the 19th, 20th, and 21st as well. So
given that we would be dark that entire week anyways, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to.
all right, sorry to interrupt. Let me speak with the criminal presiding judge about scheduling the second trial. We can discuss it on the 18th. Let's keep the 18th, but let's move it to later in the morning. Actually, let's move it up. All we're going to do is discuss a couple matters, and then there's no reason for the fingerprinting and stuff to be broadcast or on video, so I'll prohibit that from being recorded or otherwise broadcast. So have your person here. Let's do that at 8:15 a.m. on March 18th. And then we'll also discuss whether the defense is disclosing Lonnie Dworkin as a witness and whether or not he has a expert report prepared and disclosed at that time. I will have the questionnaire for you by then, so you can review it. Anything else we need to discuss that I've forgotten about from the state's perspective?
Your Honor, I showed two other motions that the defense filed that I did not see rulings on by the court. They were both motions to dismiss. One of them only related to the 2022 case, I think. No, I'm sorry. Both of them related to both.
What's the filing date?
January 14th for one of them. It was an 8.2 speedy trial one. And February 4th, which was an extradition rule 8.3.
Of February 4th. Okay, so the motion to dismiss CR 2022-001242 for lack of speedy trial, I ruled on January 24th.
Okay.
That minute entry was filed January 24th, and then the motion. Was that the motion to dismiss CR 2021 and 001704 and the other for violation of Speedy Trial Act?
Correct. That
was ruled on February 25th, so last week.
Okay.
A week ago. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one kind of housekeeping matter that I wanted to ask you about. I know that MCSO has some security restraints, the things that I have to wear during trial, and
I meant to
I wanted to ask about that as far as, am I going to be able to stand at the podium to talk to witnesses, to question my witnesses and to cross-examine, or am I going to be able to move about with the leg thing and the shock vest and all that?
You're going to stick to your table and you can go to the podium. Okay. When you're giving your opening statement and closing argument, you'll stay by the podium.
Okay.
And if you need to hand a witness an exhibit, your advisory counsel will do that.
Okay. Or my paralegal can do that too.
Well, is your paralegal going to be present here designated as your, I guess they can be present. I'd prefer advisory counsel to be the one that approaches witnesses if you need to hand an exhibit or something like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna be standing there, and if she's sitting here, she's gonna come get something from me and go walk it over to the witness and then come back?
Correct.
Just the logistics of it? Just
Yeah, and there'll be a table or a cart here that'll have all the exhibits on it within reach of the podium. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
Your Honor, do you use case lines for exhibits?
No.
Thank you.
I think they're still working out the bugs on that. So.
Do we need to have our exhibits in place?
All right, we'll see you at 8:15 on March 18. Get recess on this matter.
It's usually like a day or two.
All right.
Who is she on trial for? The husband. So what would be the other trial for? The other case? Is it something financial or something? Y'all don't drive me. Y'all know I have to go searching for the damn answer. Just give me a minute. Okay, let me ask the computer this way. What is that chat GBT thing? What's the name told me about? Maybe I can ask it. No. What is oh my god, just give me the answer. Alright, what's next for Lord? Validate Vallow merge up in Arizona. Okay. Fifth husband. A scheme that included killing David's people, Tammy David. The Arizona cases are the next in the twisted, convoluted crime saga, which validate it said they have been motivated by belief that okay. Here's what okay. 2 indictments in Arizona. Okay, one conspiring with in Arizona, Vallow is conspiring with her brother Alex Cox to murder her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, so she can get insurance. Vallow is also being accused of conspiring with Cox, a brother, in an attempt on the life of her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. God damn, who's all these damn people? Baby, I done been away from this case. Huh? Shit, wait a minute, I got to add this on the wall, y'all. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Let me throw all this on the wall so I won't lose it. Huh? The fuck? Child Shibuki. I ain't know nothing about none of it. I mean, well, I guess I didn't. Damn, they like the damn Murdochs. Shit. I'm kill everybody. That that one. That's a nice timeline. Yeah. Oh, this is the timeline right here. That's crazy. Give me 1 second, y'all. You know how I'm about my damn timelines. Quick as I can get caught up. But yeah, she done did shit. Is anybody living that know her? Hell, they better thank God. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. I'm gonna start reposting this. One second. Darn. Good God Almighty. I don't know why she killed him. I mean, I wish she wiped out her damn mind, but still. But I don't know if I should. That's crazy. Okay, that should be reposted. Okay, wait a minute. Something messed up. Okay, let me get this off now. This is shit. Is there anybody else? I thought maybe it would be, some kind of financial crime they trying to get her with. Yep. Is the brother still? Oh, yeah, the brother. She's supposed to. I guess she's going on trial. I don't know what the hell I just read, but it's on there. Who is up next? Them damn Menendez. Okay. Go to the Menendez. Okay. All right. Just want to play the defense's reaction to the news that the DA has decided to withdraw the request from the prior DA to have the brothers resentenced.
We're joined now by one of Eric and Lyle Menendez's attorneys, Mark Garagos. Mark, good morning to you. Have you spoken to Lyle and Eric since this happened, and what's their reaction?
Well, I think I had already prepared him for it. I mean, this DA had made up his mind. Mind you, there were 22 family members who signed on, who met with the DA's office, who told them, stop re-traumatizing us. We could tell at that meeting that he had no interest in that. This really kind of points out one of the fallacies, if you will, of kind of the DA's office here. They're not interested in the victims. They didn't let the victims know that they were going to make this decision. We figured they probably would when he hired one certain person in connection to head victim services. There isn't a single living victim who endorses this. In fact, every single victim, as Anna Maria just stated in the package leading up to this, want them out. This gentleman, this DA, re-traumatizes the family repeatedly.
Well,
he's almost serially abusing them with his lies and his litany of lies.
Well, let me ask you this, Mark, because in a sense, this is rather straightforward. He lists 16 different lies that the brothers have yet to acknowledge, and says if they would sincerely acknowledge these lies, he would reconsider. Would you take him up on that?
Savannah, Savannah, let me tell you something. He obviously, he's showboating. He knows for a fact both brothers were cross-examined for weeks in the first trial.
If he's showboating, why not call their bluff?
On every, Savannah, just hold on for a second. Every single one of those things that he mentioned was either abandoned or was cross-examined on in the first trial. And guess what happened? 2 juries, not one for Eric, one for Lyle. Both juries voted against murder over the majority. And let me tell you one other thing. He keeps saying they were claiming self-defense. They were not claiming self-defense. They were claiming what was called imperfect self-defense, which meant that jurors who heard all the evidence, not somebody 30 years later recasting this case with a bunch of nonsense that was rejected, which was what the DA was doing, but jurors heard this and they rejected it. All this was basically a rehash of the opening statement from 30 years ago by Pam Bozanich. Jurors listened to that. Jurors rejected it. He's just trotting out the same old things, and he's re-traumatizing the family.
The jurors did convict. I mean, he was saying that they claimed
the jury didn't convict. Savannah, if you're going to make statements, understand what you're saying. The first jury did not convict. That
was a hung jury. I know.
2 hungs. Then the judge took away imperfect self-defense. He basically directed a verdict the second time around.
Well, that's right. But they did claim at trial that they feared for their lives, and that was the reason for the murder. Did they not?
All the evidence that was presented at the first trial was truncated and not presented at the second trial.
Okay, so here let's
get the facts out there. Let's not do what he did and just reinvent facts.
Well, okay. Well, let's set that aside for the moment, because as you say, you don't want to litigate the past. You want to go forward. Do you believe that the clemency petition is now your best bet for freedom for these brothers?
No, I don't. I actually think that we've got a habeas that's still alive. We've got a resentencing, which is still scheduled for the 20th and 21st, and we have the clemency. And by the way, he can withdraw. He can say he wants to withdraw. It isn't his decision. All that was grandstanding by somebody who acknowledged when a couple of people asked him the question, wait a second, the DA's office already invoked this. And by the way, there's a case that says you can't withdraw unless you show certain factors, and you haven't talked about any of those factors.
He mentions this case of Sirhan, the DA does. Now, that was a case that the parole board, this is the person who was convicted of killing RFK Jr. And it's relevant because he was granted release by the parole board, and Governor Gavin Newsom, the very person who will decide the brothers' fate, looked at that case, reversed the parole board and said, no, he hasn't taken enough responsibility. Do you see a parallel there? And does that tell you anything about what you need to do for Governor Newsom?
Savannah, that was a parole hearing. That wasn't a resentencing.
But the governor, fair enough, but it's the governor's decision.
Listen to me, Savannah, you can't go and say, I'm going to pick up an issue of a parole hearing and what was said in the parole hearing after the parole board acted and say, okay, now I want to take those statements and I want to apply them to a resentencing hearing, which is a completely different legal proceeding.
Correct, but we're talking about clemency. We're talking about a clemency petition, not a resentencing, something in the hands of Governor Newsom, who perhaps has shown that he wants to see this acknowledgement. I'm just asking you if that changes your strategy at all.
And what I'm asking you, Savannah, is if you want to talk about, which is what we started, the press conference that had to do with resentencing, what I'm telling you is you took the bait, just like the DA did, and started talking about a parole hearing when what the DA was up there, presumably doing his dog and pony show, was about a resentencing hearing. They're 2 different proceedings, as you said.
Which I'm
There's
trying
3 different avenues.
I'm trying
One
to
doesn't have anything to do with
I understand. I'm trying to move the discussion to the avenue now before you, which is commutation with the governor, and whether you think that the brothers need to do anything to increase their chances of release, which is in the unilateral decision of the governor. That is the question. It's
No,
not about
it
those other
isn't.
hearings. This is separate.
Okay, and once again, just so that we don't confuse people, and I understand why you're confused, because you listen to the DA could be confused and try to confuse the public. You accurately said there are three different proceedings. One is the habeas, we're fighting that. One is the resentencing, scheduled for later this month. A third one is a potential clemency. Saran was neither of the last two, and arguably had something to do with the parole board. But that is not what we're talking about. It was not what the press conference was about. All that was a distraction, which worked well because now you're asking me about it.
Well, I don't
If
have
you're
time
asking me
to. This
about
is fun,
Saran-
and it reminds me of the old court TV days with you, Mark. And we could, if I had
it
10 more
does,
minutes, we would meet.
because I was going to say the same thing. It's easier to be a legal commentator than it is to actually try a case and have to adhere to legal standards.
True. But I think I made my point and you made yours. So we'll leave it there until the next time, Mark. Thank you so much.
You got it, Savannah. Thank
Just to
you.
be clear, we are talking about three different proceedings, and I was asking him about the clemency proceeding and Governor Newsom, who has the unilateral say over that.
Newsom can decide whatever he wants to do.
He can decide what he wants, and I think that the question is, has he shown some proclivity for wanting to see more acknowledgement from defendants before he releases someone in whatever legal proceeding you're dealing with? Oh my gosh, people got more than they bargained for today.
I was going to say, we all get a law degree for that one.
Ooh, honey, them clips have been good today, baby. Hold on. Okay. Mm. So let me explain something. Oh, wow. Okay. Now, the reason why Attorney Geragos wouldn't say, yeah, his client can show some sort of remorse and accountability and all of that, right? You know why? What I've been telling you about. He has different petitions out. Okay? One can't contradict the other. So both of them did real well with holding their position. Okay? You can't say that you will show accountability and some kind of contrition and all of that, and you got three different situations going on. Well, two and impossible. Can't do that in different arenas, right? Different processes. So that's crazy. That is crazy. And he said he used imperfect self-defense, right? And I said that I thought that the defense would have been more like, other than self-defense, I thought maybe they would use necessity. And I heard the DA say self-defense, so that's why I said self-defense. But I thought that would be incorrect based on what I remember the trial to be. Right now, imperfect self-defense is closely related to necessity, right? But it differs in certain ways, right? When it's imperfect self-defense, like they pretty much believed without having knowledge or not that they were facing immediate harm, right? Imminent harm, right? With necessity, and I thought necessity would be better because based on what I can remember, because they shot them when they were asleep in the living room or something like that, right? I think necessity would have been better because um, being in imminent harm isn't really a factor, right? You're trying to avoid harm, right? You. It's like when you hear people trying to leave their domestic violent situation, and they wait till the person go to sleep or whatever, and they haul ass, or in some cases they shoot them dead, right? um, I kind of equated those, you know, those theories of defense. Um, so, and then with imperfect self defense, you, I mean, they're very similar. They're very similar. I'm trying to see what would be the actual damn difference. With necessity, you kind of thinking about you going to get them before they get you. You understand what I'm saying? It's like choosing yourself. That plays into that defense in the courtroom. But I'm probably confusing y'all. Just say this: with imperfect self-defense, one is like whether or not you have actual information that you may be in danger, but you just think you may be in danger. Maybe there's something that have have led you to believe that. Maybe it's something the other person did, but you're not sure. But you're gonna kill them anyway, okay? Because you thought that the threat was there, okay? And you feel like that you had no other recourse but to defend yourself. But with necessity, you don't really have that. You really don't have that particular. Um, and I'm thinking defensive now. You really don't have to prove um, that it that the harm was imminent, meaning like you standing and facing the harm right there. Because if I'm not mistaken, those two people was asleep or something like that, watching TV or something. They weren't in harm's way at that point. Okay. So you made a decision, you made a plan to get them before they got you. And see that way, and I don't understand why they didn't go with necessity, because okay, now I'm thinking. I don't know why they didn't go with necessity, because that way um they could have had answers for getting the guns and all that planning they did and all of that extra shit. Right? You see what I'm saying? You got you with the defense of necessity, you get to allow for planning. The threat could be imminent or not. And you can, choose yourself. You can shoot their ass while they sleep. All that. So I don't know if I didn't use necessity. Hey, but he used imperfect self-defense. So, which I was correct that self-defense didn't make sense. So, but again, I'm doing this without the records, what have you, and the DA said that self-defense was what they used, and you can look on the attachments I threw up down the wall to see that that's what he said, and then you heard Garagos corrected it. So he was thinking what I was thinking. How the hell are you gonna use self-defense? and what we know about the case. You know what I'm saying? But and again, it is a lawyer thing. When you hear something, you thinking on both sides, right? You thinking prosecute, you thinking defense. So it's just an annoying lawyer thing. And when I heard it, and I mean when I read it, I was like, huh? I mean, I remember that they shot these people while they was asleep. I was like, no wonder they ass got found guilty. But they're gonna get found guilty probably anyway. But they could have increased their chances with the better defense. That's what I'm thinking, right? And lo and behold, they did use a different defense. So, but and also y'all, I need y'all to tell me this, y'all R. Kelly people. This the Menendez brothers, they have a habeas out for new evidence. They have a resentencing decision coming, resentencing trial date. They have that out. They also have the clemency, right, which is a form of pardon. They have that all out at the same time. What we doing? What we doing? uh, and I'm pretty sure there's a reason why. But I told you a long time ago, I like to try every chance that's out there, and then some of the chances can be repeated, right? You know, you may have to get the um, the authorization of the court, right, to file another habeas. But yeah, you can have a habeas for resentencing as and for what other constitutional reasons or whatever you want to include in your habeas. You can have that out. I mean, try resentencing as well. Maybe you can get from 30 to 15. I mean, you just never know, right? I'm pretty sure there's a reason why. I don't think that's what I'm doing. I ain't second guessing nobody's work or whatever. No, okay. It would be improper to do so. And one, that's not even my shit. You understand what I'm saying? Again, I'm always a house nigga. I let the people go in the field do that hard work. Okay, I'm always a house nigga. Okay, so yeah. But I'm just wondering. Anybody want to do research on that? The Menendez brothers, they got two or three things going on. I don't want, I'm just asking. I ain't asking for a friend. I'm asking for me. But hey, I don't know. I do not know. But anyway, Gary goes. Of course, he wasn't going to answer that question, Savannah, because uh, he has petitions out that has nothing to do with them being remorseful. Duh. So, but yeah. Mm. And I'm glad I don't look at a lot of these things, a lot of these clips, and read a lot of these articles through and through, because I get to test my predictions. But yeah, and our last Julio. is the dollar. Let's see if we got anything. Let me see about this damn stock market. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We got that. This man need to stop blaming Biden. God damn. I want Biden to. I wish Biden used Twitter and shit. Tell me, go to hell. Hold on, I just seen it. Thanks, Biden. I'm so sick of that shit.
President Trump is speaking about the recent stock market volatility. Eamon Javers joins us now with more. Hey, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. In an interview with Fox News yesterday, President Trump addressed last week's stock market turmoil caused by confusion around his tariff agenda. In one exchange, the president suggested that calls by the business community for clarity on that policy are just a talking point for the big globalists. Here's what he said.
I think that they say that. It sounds good to say. But for years, the globalists, the big globalists, have been ripping off the United States.
And asked if he's okay with the stock market going down, the president dismissed the idea of short-term focusing on the stock market.
What I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
And you can't go by that.
Now, that's a striking departure in approach from the first Trump administration, when cabinet members suggested that the stock market was a good barometer for how well the administration was performing. But this is a much more populist Trump administration than in the first term. And you see that reflected by the president now dismissing stock market losses as pain for globalists not his voter base. We'll see if Trump continues that approach later today when he's expected to meet with top technology executives at the White House. We expect the discussion there will include the president's tariff agenda, also his call to repeal the Bipartisan CHIPS Act. And guys, Andrew, I was thinking about this morning. You and I were at a dinner in New York on Thursday night where the discussion was largely around this. Just how populist is this Trump administration, and how much do these stock market losses move the needle inside this White House? And I think it's a different calculation this time than it was last time around.
So it may be different in this particular moment. The question is, if this were to persist for several months or longer, how you think that changes the dynamic, which is to say, if the stock market continues to fall as you were to walk into midterms, for example, does that change what they want to do, or you think that they're all in?
So I think there's an intellectual group who are all in, of populist, conservative economics folks who look at this and say, what we need to do is entirely restructure the U.S. economy. And the focus for too many years, too many decades, has been on lowering prices, not on families and communities. And that's really the central unit of the economy, should be the family, not prices. And you heard Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, say this last week, that the ideal of the American dream is not about access to low prices, it's about other things. That's that sort of worldview. The question is how much pain Trump himself is willing to tolerate. I think the answer is he's willing to tolerate a lot more pain on the stock market, as you just heard him say, this time around than he was last time. But I don't think that's indefinite, right? I think there's some threshold larger than it was last time around at which the president might respond to stock market losses by changing course politically. I think we've got a ways to go, though, before that happens.
Yeah, it's not just how deep, but also how long.
And he can point to interest rates too, Eamon, which don't always, the bonds themselves don't always sync up with equities. And you could actually say, equities coming down, and as a result, bond prices go up with the safety. And then he would immediately talk about mortgage rates and consumer loans and all the benefits that come from that. So you can kind of have, you can pick something else to brag about if the stock market is not cooperating.
Yeah. And it's largely about jobs, right? I mean, so one conservative economist looked at this and said to me, imagine rolling back the clock to 1990 and telling somebody in a small town in the American heartland, look, in the future, your TV will cost 10 times less, but your children are going to have to move out of your town because there won't be any work for them. Would you take that deal? And he said that, 90% of Americans would not take that deal, even if it meant cheaper
but
TVs
can you get the,
because of the devastation of their community.
Can you get the jobs back, especially when you're talking
question.
about automation of factories at this point? I mean, and how long it takes to put some of those
that's the
things
huge
in.
gamble.
How big a
that this administration is making.
TV? Like a 75-incher, or I mean, what are we talking
Debating
about?
whether you'd take the deal?
No, I would not.
I mean, how many kids do you have, right? I mean, it's that calculation too.
Exactly. Oh my God. These are really big questions when you think about it, Eamon. And here we are. We're in our little gilded cage. I mean, it really was hollowed out, the center of the country, and we do love those cheap prices. But it came at we'll see if prices really do rise, and it takes time to bring jobs back, and one might happen before the other, and we'll see what our actual resolve is.
Which I think you get
But
back.
I think
This
that's what
reminds
Trump.
me. Okay, go ahead, Eamon.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's what Trump was talking about in that soundbite, where he said, what you have to do is build a strong country, not look at the stock market, right? He's signaling that that's his priority, is rebuilding that industrial heartland of the United States. Now, whether that's doable or not, as you guys point out, is a huge open question. Whether it's doable in any kind of time frame that lines up with political and economic reality is another question. But that's the goal that they're setting out to do here. It's a sweeping change, and it's not the sort of Chamber of Commerce, George W. Bush Republican Party that we've seen in past decades. This is a Republican Party that's very focused, again, on family and communities and workers. And that's a totally different approach.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So we want to talk about some of these tariff threats being levied by the United States onto Canada and vice versa here. Well, news, though, from Jackie Heinrich, that Ontario, Canada Premier Doug Ford is agreeing to suspend the 25% surcharge on electricity exports to Michigan New York, and Minnesota here. I want to put this up from Josh Wingrove there at Bloomberg saying Trump will not impose the 50% tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum tomorrow, according to his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, telling CNBC that Navarro crediting Lutnick for negotiating a deal with Ford. So remember, the 25% that ramped up to 50% today, the threat of that on steel and aluminum from Canada, it seems like is no longer going to be in effect or operative. The threat is off the table because Doug Ford is taking the electricity import tariff also off the table. So somewhat of a tamping down of some of these tariff threats in the wider tariff war, if you will. We do want to hear, though, from the Ontario Premier Doug Ford speaking today. Let's watch.
Ford. The worst thing that could happen is wait and let this drag out until April the 2nd. So we're going to move forward and have a very good conversation with Secretary Lutnick and the whole trade team, as he said, and hopefully we can move this forward because it doesn't benefit anyone, as I told them, no matter if it's the auto sector or any other sector here in Canada and specifically Ontario. And all I mentioned, assembly lines will shut down in the US and Canada. The stock market is tumbling over $4 trillion. Consumer confidence has went down. I said it's absolute chaos out there right now. We need to move forward jointly. I emphasized how Canadians love Americans, and I know Americans love Canadians, but going back and forth with each other, it just hurts both countries. So I want to thank Secretary Lutnick for reaching out, putting that olive branch. And I've been in business a number of years, a lot of negotiations. And part of the last negotiation, when someone does that, you have to respect that person for putting out that olive branch. And I'm going to make sure we go down there and have a very good but strong and confident conversation.
So is Mr.
Yes.
Lutnick then are they going to hold off on their steel and aluminum tariffs? Is that your understanding? What's the olive branch other than the invitation to DC?
Well, he has to bounce it off the president, but I'm pretty confident he will pull back. And I'm not speaking for them. I'm not speaking for the president. But if he continues with the aluminum and the steel, I just got off the phone with Minister LeBlanc. They will respond dollar for dollar, tariff for tariff. And again, Minister LeBlanc will be joining me, and hopefully Ambassador Hillman, if she's free, will join me as well. But we'll have a strong delegation. But every negotiation starts sitting at the table. And when someone invites you to their home, said, let's sit down at the table, I'm not going to refuse that.
Premier, you're meeting with Prime Minister Designate Carney tomorrow.
Yes, I am.
What is he part of this discussion as well? Can you just fill us in on what you're meeting tomorrow and what's up with that?
Dominic LeBlanc is informing the new Prime Minister, elect Prime Minister Carney, and he'll have a conversation with the Prime Minister.
Premier, the White House press secretary mentioned you specifically said the surcharge was egregious. What did you make of that? Is that factoring into your decision to pull back here?
No, it's not. But in negotiations, you can't keep ratcheting it up on both sides because the only people that get hurt, Richard, are the Canadian population, Ontario in specific, to be specific, and the American people. I had a conversation with all three governors, Governor Walz just a little while ago, about a week or so ago, but I did speak to Governor Whitmer over the weekend. I spoke to her again this morning, and also Governor Hochul as well.
Trump directly when you head down to Washington?
I'm not too sure. All I know is I'm meeting with the Secretary Lutnick, and his entire team down there as well. And again, By no means are we just going to roll over, because we don't roll over to anyone. What we are going to do is have a constructive conversation moving forward. As I reminded the secretary, we're the closest allies, closest friends, and we need to get back to the table to make sure that we build an MCAN fortress around the world. I told them we are not the problem, China's the problem, and we look forward to speaking with Secretary Lutnick. I'm sorry.
You're moved on electricity.
Yes.
Did you have the okay from the feds, or was this you kind of going on your own?
Well, I think I've been pretty transparent with the federal government and everyone else. I've been mentioning it for probably the last 3 or 4 weeks, and then we had to make a move. Did it catch their attention? That's an understatement. They caught their attention. But I'm not out, and I've said it publicly, I'm not out to hurt the American people. I told the governors I'm not out to hurt them. I apologize that we have to even do this. We have to get to this point. But sometimes you have to play your cards, and this is one of the cards that we played. And hopefully we're going to have a very good, constructive conversation with the secretary when we get down there. But my goal in any discussion, any negotiation, be it here or in business or in the last agreement that we had, is let's cool everyone down. Cooler heads have to prevail, and we need to sit down and have a very productive conversation. And I truly feel it was the right decision to move forward and bring Minister LeBlanc down, along with the ambassador. If she's free, I have to reach out to her. This has been moving at rocket speed right now, going back and forth, and we had to make a decision. So I made that decision.
What else would she be doing on this file?
Well, I'm just saying, I have to reach out to her. This is going extremely fast. My number one priority was to talk to the people of Ontario, and I have to reach out to the ambassador. But she's done an incredible job, by the way. I want to thank Ambassador Hillman for all the work she's been doing behind the scenes as well.
Can you say my call too today?
Yes, Secretary Lutnick called me.
Was it because do you think that the CNN push, CNBC, MSNBC, you've been doing a big media blitz on Americans' channels?
Yeah.
Clearly, Secretary Lutnick is noticing that. Do you think that is this vindicating your aggressive, hawkish kind of strategy rather than trying to be an appeaser like some other premiers?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, Robert. What I'm doing the American media for is to inform the American people. I saw a poll that came out the other day, just recently. 67% of Americans disagree with President Trump attacking Canada. So the more all of us, all premiers, all CEOs of businesses go out there and inform the American people. This isn't just going to hurt Canada, and it will hurt Canada and Ontario. It's going to hurt the U.S., and it's going to hurt badly. We're already seeing inflation go up in the U.S., and that's not going to be good. I'll tell you, I know the Americans fairly well. They're loving, caring people. And as soon as costs start going up, inflation, plants start shutting down, you can't attack your number one customer, Canada, and not expect a response. And we responded, and they came back. And I'm a business person. I want to sit down and negotiate this and stop the bleeding. As we're going at each other, China's sitting back laughing, building their critical mineral arsenal. And, the words Chinese president said the other day should be concerning for the whole world when he said, we aren't ready just for an economic war, any type of war. That's concerning, to say the least.
That was the last question. You think the president was watching you?
Are you concerned that suspending the surcharge that you put on electricity will be considered a win by Trump?
No, I wouldn't call it a win whatsoever, because we still have it in our toolkit that we can use at any given time. Again, I mentioned to the governors, I apologize. We have to go to this extent. But remember, folks, we never started this war. President Trump started this economic war against Canada. It was unprovoked. I truly believed that we'd move forward and it would grow both economies, would create more jobs, more economic prosperity. Well, this has gone the other way. The economy right now, I'm concerned about it. And if a recession does happen, it's a self-made recession by one person and one person only. So I just want to move forward. I'm asking for the people of Ontario and Canada's support. I want to thank them for the thousands of messages I'm getting, even people that disagree with me. As some people say, I disagree with you 99%, but you're doing a great job. Keep going. I need everyone's support as Team Canada as we move forward, because these negotiations are going to be the toughest we've ever had.
Thank you.
Yes. I apologize.
You said zero tariffs before, well, there was no deal. This is
It's called, well, it's called an olive branch. When you're negotiating with someone, they call you and they hand over an olive branch. The worst thing I think I could do as Premier of Ontario is ignore them and hang up the phone on them. I don't operate that way. I believe when someone's putting out an olive branch, we sit back, we accept it graciously, by the way, thank them for that opportunity, and let's start moving. Because if we don't, just imagine, all of you folks have seen how President Trump has changed things on a daily basis. I don't want to wait till April the 2nd. God only knows what would happen from now till April the 2nd. We need to get to the table as quickly as possible.
Thank you. That was the last question.
Well, Mr. Carney, he's making the transition. Make no mistake about it. This is led by the Prime Minister-elect Carney, and along with Minister LeBlanc. They'll be leading the charge there. But Ontario plays a massive role, no matter if it's the auto sector, the tech sector, the agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector. We'd be the third largest trading partner in the world to the United States if we were a standalone country. By the way, I'd never recommend that in a million years. But if we were a standalone country, we'd be the third largest trading partner. We're a very, very important trading partner to the United States. And many CEOs, I had an opportunity to speak to a group of CEOs at Yale today on conference call. I think the Americans understand we are not their enemies. We love the Americans. It's one person that we need to deal with.
Thank you. That was the last question.
I'm sorry.
Tell us about how the call went today. As you said, this electricity.
All right, Ontario Premier there, Doug Ford, laying the blame squarely on President Trump if the United States and or Canada were to enter into or see a recession anytime soon there. You heard there from Ford saying it's up to one person, i.e., President Trump here. I want to put this up, though. This is the joint statement from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Premier Ford saying this. Today, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick and Premier of Ontario Doug Ford had a productive conversation about the economic relationship between the United States and Canada. Secretary Lutnick agreed to officially meet with Premier Ford in Washington on Thursday, March 13th, alongside the United States Trade Representative to discuss a renewed USMCA ahead of the April 2nd reciprocal tariff deadline. In response, Ontario agreed to suspend its 25% surcharge on exports of electricity to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota there. Interesting. So Ford will be in Washington come Thursday. And it seems like this reprieve will be short, albeit a reprieve nonetheless, in one battle in the ongoing tariff war ahead of the April 2nd reciprocal tariffs that President Trump will be levying. And you heard there from Ford, he wants to get out ahead of that before April 2nd. Well, Governor Kathy Hochul of New York is responding, saying this: Ontario is pausing electricity surcharges on New York. I spoke with Doug Ford earlier today to share our frustrations and urge him to suspend this plan. He made clear he does not want to hurt New Yorkers. Trump's trade war will only hurt working families. She says it needs to end. The market closed down again for a second day.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up, it'll go down. But do you and your tariff policies right now bear any responsibility for the turmoil we're seeing this week?
Biden gave us a horrible economy. He gave us horrible inflation. And I think the market was going to go very, very bad. If anything, I have a lot of very smart people, friends of mine and great businessmen. They're now investing because of what I'm doing. Because long term, what I'm doing is making our country strong again, financially strong, militarily strong, and strong if we want to get away. Remember this, we have wars. When I left, we had no wars. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. We didn't have October 7th. We didn't have that disaster that took place with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And you look at what's happened there. We caught the major terrorists, which Biden wouldn't have caught. Why didn't he catch him? I caught him. 5 weeks into the presidency, I caught the man responsible for Abigail. And he's going to pay hell right now. He's a bad dude. He's a bad guy. But we didn't have these problems. I had no inflation. I had a great economy. He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful thing. I can do it the right way, the wrong way. We're doing it the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people of this country, tremendous confidence, much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the Oval Office. I want to look at cars.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up, it'll go down. But do you and your tariff policies right now bear any responsibility for the turmoil we're seeing this week?
Biden gave us a horrible economy. He gave us horrible inflation. And I think the market was going to go very, very bad. If anything, I have a lot of very smart people, friends of mine and great businessmen. They're now investing because of what I'm doing. Because long term, what I'm doing is making our country strong again, financially strong, militarily strong, and strong if we want to get away. Remember this, we have wars. When I left, we had no wars. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. We didn't have October 7th. We didn't have that disaster that took place with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And you look at what's happened there. We caught the major terrorists, which Biden wouldn't have caught. Why didn't he catch him? I caught him. 5 weeks into the presidency, I caught the man responsible for Abigail. And he's going to pay hell right now. He's a bad dude. He's a bad guy. But we didn't have these problems. I had no inflation. I had a great economy. He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful thing. I can do it the right way, the wrong way. We're doing it the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people of this country, tremendous confidence, much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the Oval Office.
And then on financial markets, we've seen this decline.
I think that Trump must have to goddamn babysit that little boy. And I don't want to, talk about nobody's kid or whatever. But that's a badass little boy. Hey, why? What the man named Elon? Whatever the fuck his name? Why that boy? Why he can't go to work nowhere without that little bad boy? He always somewhere. And now people got to buy the Tesla to help please goddamn Elon. Boy, I'm trying to tell you, boy, Elon got people kissed. I don't know what the hell is going on. They must be holding guns to people's head and shit and whatever. I don't have no money for no goddamn Tesla, sir. So I won't be buying one. You got Sean Hannity talking about, oh, Elon's such a good guy. A friend of mine, somebody got a Tesla. I'm going to go buy me one. Like, dude, what is going on? Listen, I'm trying to tell you something. You listen to that foolishness if you want to about. Let me tell you something. We don't have just. It's not like CNN, Fox, and MBNC, right? Report. You know how sometimes they report on a single issue, but have three different viewpoints. And normally CNN and MSNBC viewpoint is pretty much similar, and Fox, they be on that Lori Vallow Daybill and shit with the evil aliens and shit. They be somewhere else. So it's never really their reporting is never really accurately reflects what's going on. But you have, I don't know how many sources that track the market and that track the effects of the market. And they all tell you the same thing. Him and Fox is trying to cover it up. Trump and I think maybe Trump only. I don't know who else is telling us the same thing Trump is, and they're talking about, and these are economists, people that invest into the market, people that use different metrics in order to measure the economy, and people overall that talks about that vicious cycle that we are caught in the middle of, right? And we can't get out of it. Because I said that our psychology is tied to our wallets, but actually our philosophy, our psychology is tied to our wallets. It's tied to our economics. So there's no way we can get out of it. So scratch that off the list, right? What you can do is try to create more than one streams of income, create more. Once now I'm going into my plan, so listen, that plan I used to go around talking about, but anyway, there's a way to try to survive, this ridiculous shit, whatever. But I figured out in the grand picture, the overall picture, whatever. There's no way we can get out of it, right? Because just how the world is designed, and especially America, it's designed to trap us in. Yeah, when your philosophy, psychology is tied to your economics, I mean, what else is there? Like, you could do all those things that I say, but check this out, you're still going to be affected because you're going to buy and pay for goods and services. Who controls that? Not you. Right? When they were talking about, when they're talking about the bond rates going up. Well, the bond rates goes up. That means that it's not good. Not good for us, right? So anytime you start hearing when the bond rates goes up, it's not good for us. All right, because remember, bonds, notes, and bills are treasury, right? Let me see if I can explain this. They are what the treasury sells to borrow against to everybody, but largely to China, to Canada, whomever is holding American debt, right? So that is called the federal debt. Okay, federal debt is what U.S. borrows. Federal deficit, something else. Federal deficit is the fiscal year, and I think it runs from October 1 to September 30. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's it. That's the fiscal um, deficit, and it's only for a year, and that is when the government spending exceeds its revenue, so that we spend more than we take in, right? And the greatest source of our revenue is what? Taxes, right? Okay. And the federal surplus is the absolute opposite, right? That's when we receive more money than what we spend. Okay. And then the stocks we have the government. They invest in stocks, in private stocks, meaning in business to fund its programs, and we also buy stock. Okay. What else I can tell you? So the best way to pay attention to what's going on at the stock market is you need to look at S&P, and your S&P is pretty much tracking the largest, I think, 500. I think it's tracking the largest 500 businesses, I believe. Um, is that daily traded though? Shit, I don't remember that shit. I think it's no. The Dow is the daily traded. The Dow is the daily traded, but it only shows the most activity of like 30 companies, I believe, and that's the daily trade. Uh huh. Hold on. Oh, you want some? You want some? I was just saying that. Okay. So yeah, but you have other what was talking about the markets to watch. You can watch the New York Exchange, Nasdaq, which is probably the most popular. Um, what else I can tell you about? And the Treasury, right? So the Treasury It pretty much manages the U.S. Economic system. I'll say it like that, and then it also measures the U.S. economic activity. So it um, oh yeah. Also, if you just say for instance, and this is interesting, right? You know, some people seem to think that the Federal Reserve and the Post Office are all a federal um, entity, which is actually it's not, right? And to be a federal entity, right, you have to be covered by congressional appropriations, right? So that's, you know, they pay for the FBI, the different agencies, the different bureaus, right? But when it comes to the Federal Reserve and the Post Office, it's not funded by Congress. I don't know if people know that or not. Yeah, and so the Treasury is one that issues those securities to fund like government spending, right? So that's when you see all that. That's the debt. That's the federal debt. That's done by those bills, those notes, and those bonds, right? That's your debt. So whenever you see the federal debt, that's the amount of money we borrow. And when you hear Elon, he just did an interview. Sucking his ass. So he wants to go after. Now check this out right here now. And I'm just talking about stuff that we heard and we hear every day, and we're going to hear, and it's just a little cheat sheet as I can remember. And by y'all can feel free to correct me because I'm just pulling it off the top of my dome. It's shit that we've heard in the last, in those last little clips and shit like that. But what I heard the other day, what I want to punch Elon in his face, right? So remember that they were not supposed to be going after um, what they consider mandatory spending, right? Because you got mandatory spending, you have your discretionary spending, and then you have your debt, right? Debt and interest, right? So they weren't supposed to be going after mandatory spending. Well, what's mandatory spending? The shit that will affect us at a certain age, a certain time, right? Which is the Social Security. If we, get 65 or whatever, what is it? 65, 67, whatever. Medicare, also um, Medicaid, and food programs or what have you, right? That is mandatory spending. Okay? And they're supposed to collect taxes because taxes is our greatest source of income, right? So they're supposed to collect, if they collect enough taxes to cover our spending, then that's when the budget will start to balance and also do some other shit, right? This is why you see Agent Orange doing all this extra shit. So they're going to come for that mandatory spending. Okay? The other pocket of money that's spent out is our discretionary spending, which includes what? That's our defense. That's the military. And that's also the funding that we use to help support different states, right? So yeah. Now, with the information I gave you, you should be able to figure out where they going. I'm not giving it to you in the economic terms and what I mean. I'm using some economic link, but I'm breaking it down because I'm trying to figure this out. Well, I figured out what they're trying to do. I'm just trying to figure out how they're gonna do it. You know, mandatory spending is also called entitlements, right? How are you going to affect people's entitlements? This is money that we have paid into. I don't understand none of that. And I wonder, will there be some lawsuits or what have you? Because you can't take nobody money for 40 years and say that you are being the savings account for them, only to say that we had to use it, and so you can't get it. That just don't make no sense to me, right? That just don't make no sense. So I'm trying to figure out, are is it legal for them to do that? And matter of fact, let me look that up. I want to know. What the hell is this? Government pension officer. Oh no, that's something else. Oh, it comes up right at the top. It says if Social Security benefits are cut, millions of Americans will face financial difficulties. This could increase poverty, especially for Black and Hispanic people. You heard that? It says how might Social Security benefits be adjusted? Tax increases. I explained that on the wall a month or so ago. They're not going to raise taxes because you know who that's going to affect. You see, it don't make no sense raising taxes on the middle class. So who you gonna go after? Child Shabuki. This some stupid shit we caught up in. I don't know why. You know. And then another way, or something else you think about when you think about stocks. Stocks mean that you are buying. Bonds means that you are lending. You. Stocks mean you are buying. Bonds mean you are lending. Okay, so in both ways, of course, you make money, but stocks means you are buying, and bonds means you are um, lending. And bonds have um, the the longest maturity rate, right? It's bonds first. Shit. I think bills second. No. And notes third. Let me see. I'm old. I can't remember this shit. It is bonds maturity date. If bonds have the longest maturity date, then bills, and then notes have the shortest. So that the bonds and the notes and the bills, they are backed by the government. But shit, I mean, hell. So when they pay interest, and but hell, I mean, I don't know if we could trust their motherfucking ass anymore. Now, stocks not sold um by the treasurer, what have you. You know. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. But bonds, bills, and notes are the safe investment. And I'm laughing by saying that shit. Shit, I ain't sure about nothing no more. Hell, don't quote me. But that's the basics. Based on the little clips we done seen tonight. That's the basics. So that's what they're talking about. But when they're talking about the rates going up with the bonds, that is not good. And keep in mind, a lot of the volatility and the ups and downs or whatever with that stock market, remember, a lot of that has something to do with psychology. I'm going to add philosophy because businesses are reacting to what they think. what is being forecast. You know? So they're not even reacting to what has been done yet. Okay, they're right. What they say is going to be done. They haven't even reacted to the effects of it. Yeah, that's crazy. That we are caught up in the cycle, but we can't get out of it, even if we try. And you would be a fool not to worry about it because we're the ones with the least amount of money. They will deplete us first. Our retirement funds don't have $5 and $10 million sitting up in there. Okay, wait. That's going to deplete. You understand where I'm going with it? So if we have any savings, if the price of goods and services go up, we're gonna spend out a lot faster. We're gonna lose our savings a lot quicker than those at the top. So I mean, so you'd be a damn fool not to worry about, not trying to do something about it, not hoping that you make enough noise or you advocate and fucking ooh, talk about this shit that's going on to where your representative from your area can go and do something about it. Because they hear our voices. They think if they don't do nothing about it, we're going to do something about them. And that's how it works. Same thing if you're on your job, right? Y'all got a company policy that once y'all having problems with, I'm going to say maybe 60% of the time, you go as an advocate or as a body that's advocating together. Most times they'll make a change, you know? But, I just really want, if nothing else, peace with this bullshit that's going on around. It smells just like somebody peed. They drank a whole bunch of alcohol. Oh, but yeah. Anyway, I gotta think about this shit and get depressed. And I need peace, honey. But yeah. All right, people. Hey, I'm gonna be getting up out of here. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself or someone else. Make the day a good day and tomorrow even better day. Baby. We're out of here, out of here, out of here, out of here, out of here.